The Widened Road, Part 2. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 14. Passage. The Null launch came alongside at 0620 ship time and docked so softly the telltales barely changed. Rook stood third in the side party at the forward lock, in a gray he was still learning to wear, and watched the Dawnward take aboard the first guests no board on Earth had cleared. Two of them, one old, one not, though old was a guess, made from carriage, and Rook knew better than most what a stranger's guess made of a face. They came through the lock without gear and without escort of their own, and stood in the bay as though the bay were a thing they had agreed to tolerate. Sethi had built an honors protocol overnight out of 3 precedents and a hope. The two of them walked through it the way water walks through a fence. Vale waited at the end of the line, not with the officers, where the ship would have put him, past Wells, past Rook, at the tail, in the place you stand when the room hasn't told you what you're worth. Rook had spent years in that spot. He could have found it blind. The old one went down the party without pausing and passed Vale last of all, and passed him whole, eyes forward, nothing given. On the colony, you greeted an indebted man last, or not at all, so that everyone present would know the state of his account. That was one reading. Rank read the same from the outside. So did certain kinds of grief. Rook turned the 3 over and put none of them down. "This ship is yours to direct," Locke said, and left it there. The young one answered, low, brief, more gap than sound, and Vale turned to Locke with less of himself than Rook had ever seen him use. Underway within the hour. Stay inside their lane. A pause that wasn't his either. Cede nothing, mark nothing, see. When the party broke up, Locke stopped Rook at the lift. Walk with them while they're aboard, whatever they'll allow. He didn't dress it up. You're the one who won't stare. There were kinder ways to hand a man that job, and Rook was glad Locke used none of them. The first door had stood open since the middle watch, a standing sheer of light in dead space. The same light that lived at the span's mouth, burning where the chart had nothing to say. No node within 100 hours flying. No approach protocol, because no protocol had ever imagined the approach. It had been opened for them and left open, a gate propped for a slow herd. The course came up whole on Dawes's board, plotted by nobody aboard. Fed across from the lead hull and correct to a decimal Dawes said he wouldn't have trusted from his own hand. He flew it exactly. 40 years since anybody's flown me anywhere, he said, to the bridge at large. I'd forgotten it's restful. Locke had stood the gun watch down that morning. Nobody had asked him to explain it. Everyone had done the same arithmetic. The shear came through the hull from no direction. The spine groaned once, and it was over. Shorter than any span transit in Rook's logbook, and gentler. The difference between being thrown across a river and walking a bridge somebody else had paid for. Drive drew 11% of a standard crossing. Wells read it off the engineering board twice before she said it. We spent more undocking at high reach. Nobody answered her. Vale entered the figure in the survey log with the time and the reference frame, and Halden read the entry through and co-signed it, exact as she had been 3 days earlier entering her objection to the whole passage. On the far side, the plate drew the Dawnward, the 3 gray hulls of the escort, and nothing else it could prove, wiped clean of every mark humanity had ever paid for. By the time Rook found the aft feed, the door behind them was sky. Every span crossing in Rook's 18 months had left a wake. Heat in the frames, adrift on the gyros, the drive breathing hard for an hour after. This one left nothing. The frames were cold, the gyros hadn't moved, the drive had gone back to idle as though it had done no work at all. Rook stood the aft watch anyway, out of a habit older than the survey, and found he trusted a crossing that took nothing from the ship less than he'd ever trusted one that hurt. On the reach, a thing that cost you nothing was a thing somebody else had already carried, and carried for a reason, and the reason came later, with a name on it. 2 days in, the ship had gone quiet in a manner Rook recognized from rooms after bad news, everyone working, everyone civil, voices half a size down. Locke doubled the watch rotation and gave the crew more reasons for it than anyone had asked him for, and the crew took the reasons kindly and drew their own. Between the doors, the ports gave them stars. At least, Rook had half expected they wouldn't, but not a star he could name. He'd learned the Reach's skies like a pilot learns a harbor, by the lights you steer off, and out here, not one light stood where any chart had ever put it. No node returned a handshake. No traffic burned a lane. The escort held the Dawnward in a corridor a few hundred meters wide and flew it as though the walls were real. And by the second day, the crew had taken to carrying themselves the same way through the ship. Shoulders in, talk gone short, nobody lingering at a port. A body knows a narrow place before the mind will say the word for it. The narrowness got into people other ways. The galley traffic fell off. Nobody said they weren't hungry, they just weren't. Watches changed on time, and the relieved hands didn't go to their bunks. Twice Rook came on somebody stopped in a passage doing nothing at all, not resting, just halted, like you halt on a stair when you've forgotten which floor you wanted. And both times the person moved on the moment they saw him, as if he'd caught them at something. He knew the look, he'd worn it. It was the face of a man keeping very still inside a room he isn't sure he's allowed to leave. The cabin Sethi had turned out for the guests stayed as he'd left them. Day and night, one of the two stood at the observation gallery facing out. They took nothing from the galley. Where they slept and whether went on to the list of questions the crew had learned to leave in their pockets, which was most questions now. Dawes ran the cribbage school out of the mess at the end of second watch, same as any transit, on the principle, stated once, to nobody in particular, that a ship that stops playing cards has decided something is wrong. Vale didn't come. His seat sat empty the first night, and on the second, Dawes dealt around it without moving it, and the table played 4 hands in the kind of silence the game had been invented to prevent. Rook had been watching Vale since the launch came through the lock, because watching was the job Locke had handed him, and because he couldn't have stopped if the order had run the other way. Aboard the Dawnward, Vale took up exactly the room he chose, dealt the cards, won the arguments that didn't matter, waved thanks off like a bad smell. Since the guests came, he'd gone small. Not quiet. Rook knew quiet. Quiet was a move a man made. This was the other thing. It was the carriage of a man who has walked back into a room where his account is known to everyone in it and settled by none of them, who stands where he's put, speaks when he's spoken to, and takes the greeting he's given, which at the lock had been none. Rook had held that exact carriage himself on both sides of a corridor more years than he'd held anything else. He couldn't read a syllable of what the old one said to Vale or Vale back. He didn't need the syllables. He'd have known the shape of it blind, across a dark yard, off a man whose face he had never seen. Sethi arrived late with his notebook and sat down across from Rook without opening it. "I asked Vale what I should call the elder," he said. "I don't want to be rude." "What did he say?" Wells asked. "You can't be. You don't have the equipment." Sethi beamed and wrote that down instead. The school broke up at 8 bells. Wells stayed, squaring the deck against the table edge, cutting it, squaring it again. "I keep doing the flow calibration," she said, "every watch. Boards green, Silva's method, the long one, by hand." She cut the deck once more and didn't deal. Green means the instruments agree with each other. Out here, I keep thinking that's all it means. On the colony, we had a rule for living somewhere at somebody else's pleasure, Rook said. Guests eat what's served and watch the door. That's grim. It's practical. There's a difference most days. Wells looked at him and said the true thing in the room a beat before anyone was ready for it, the same as she always had. "Are you scared?" Rook squared the pile she'd abandoned. "I grew up in a place that could put me out any day it chose. This is bigger. It isn't different." She took that and turned it over, and he watched her decide to believe him. Vale won't come to cards. No. Is it, "Can we help?" Not the kind of trouble help reaches. Rook pushed the deck back across to her. "You stand where he can find you. That's the whole job." "Is that what you're doing?" "That's the whole job," Rook said. Wells took the deck below with her, and Rook sat on a while in the empty mess with the ports full of stars that meant nothing to him. Somewhere off every chart the ship was flying. A sun was going out ahead of its time over 293 people who had stayed under it, and the one time the Dawnward had slipped its leash, it had slipped it for this: a debt that wasn't the ship's, a sky nobody had ordered, a road that ran away from the living and toward whatever the Null wanted shown. Earth's answer on the stayers would come in its own season, correct and too late. Rook did the sum the Reach had drilled into him before he could do his letters. Who paid, who got paid, and who was somewhere else when the account came due. And he did not care for where the ship stood in it. He put that away where he put such things, and went aft to walk the mast leads he had already walked twice, because his hands wanted an honest number, and the well was the one place aboard that still had one. The third door sat wrong. Nothing Rook could have given a board of inquiry. The light the same, the course as clean. But the escort came in close on the approach, close enough that Gray Hull crowded 3 of the 4 ports he passed on his way forward, and stayed close through the sheer and for a full hour after, 3 ships boxing one tight as a canyon. If there was something out there worth being between, no instrument aboard could name it. Then they eased apart and resumed station. And nobody explained that either, because nobody had explained anything for 5 days. At 1900, the young one came down from the gallery, stood in the wardroom hatch until Vale rose and went back up to the gallery. Vale followed. So did Rook, at the distance his job allowed him. The gallery ran dark, the long glass full of nothing the plate could prove. The old one stood at it, facing out. Vale stopped 2 paces back, off the old one's shoulder. Not beside, not opposite. A position with an exact value Rook couldn't price. The young one stood apart from both, facing neither. The young one watched the old one the whole while, and watched the hatch, and never once watched the glass, as though the dark past the plate were the single thing aboard already settled, and everything still open to question stood on this side of it. What passed took a long while and contained almost no sound. When the old one spoke, it was low and brief, without turning, more silence than voice, and the silences had lengths to them, measured, deliberate, part of the saying. Vale's answers came shorter each time. The last one he didn't finish. The old one turned from the glass mid-answer and walked the length of the gallery away from him, and that needed no translating. Being turned from mid-answer reads the same in every room Rook had ever been the wrong thing in. Debt, then, or rank, or a grief with rules to it. At the settlement, the year the fever came through, he had watched the grandmothers stand just so at the ossuary wall, backs to the room, one hand flat against the stone, and there, that quick, the old one's hand went flat against the glass, the same and not the same. And Rook let the resemblance go the way you let go a face in a crowd that cannot be who it looks like. The old one left. The young one followed. Neither looked at Vale as they went, or at Rook, whom they had never once looked at, as though a face with both flags in it were the only thing aboard not worth reading. Vale stayed at the glass. Rook crossed the gallery and stood beside him, facing the same dark, and for a while the deck ticked and cooled under them, and neither spent a word on it. "You never told me how long," Vale said. "I said I'd tell you when I knew." The glass gave Rook the null's reflection, faint against all that nothing, unreadable to the ship's instruments, to every board on Earth. Not entirely to him. "I'll tell you when I know," Rook said. The last door was 6 hours out when the young one came to the bridge and took the rail where Vale used to stand. Vale came up after and stopped in the meter of deck between the rail and the crew stations, a man keeping a boarder only he could see. Locke had the chair. Dawes had the con, hands easy on a course he hadn't written. Wells sat the engineering board. Vale the science board, with the instruments Halden's terms had left her. Halden herself stood at the log station, entering the watch as though the watch were any watch. Seethy came up without a station to sit, and nobody sent him below. "Last one," Dawes said. "Straps on, coffee down. We'll make a habit of this yet." The shear, when it came, was hardly worth the name. The spine barely spoke. 6 days, 4 doors, and the ship passed through the last of them the way a hand goes into still water. Dawes leveled her out. The forward ports were black. Not shuttered. The board said clear sky, clean vacuum, optics nominal, every system in agreement. Rook's eyes did what eyes do against a night sky, hunting the first point to fix on. The hunt went out, and further out, and did not end. At the helm plot, the plate drew the Dawnward and 3 gray hulls, and nothing else at any range it knew. "Optics are green," Wells's voice came small. "Everything's green." Nobody had drilled for a green board under a black sky, because nobody had believed you could have both. Wells said it, and then said nothing more, her hand resting where she'd read it, not logging, not moving. Somewhere along the bridge a breath went ragged on the open loop, and a hand keyed it dead. A man raised on a reach world checks the sky before anything else. It is the reading that tells him which way is out, and Rook found his own hands had gone to the mast console and taken hold before he had decided to reach for them, holding to the ship because the sky had stopped being a thing a man could hold to. Rook did what he had done in every room that had ever frightened him, took his eyes off the thing and put them on the people. Locke half out of the chair. Seethy with a courtesy phrase dead on his lips. Vale, whose eyes for once were not on a number. Dawes, both hands still on a board with nothing left to fly. And the 2 Null at the rail, the old one come up from the gallery without a sound, and neither of them looking at the sky. They were watching the crew. "Come and see." Rook turned back to the ports. The dark went wall to wall across them, whole, without grain, and nowhere in it, at any range, in any quarter, was there a single star. Chapter 15. The Old Network. The ship's survey plot called the volume crowded. Junctions stood 3 deep around the primary. Lanes braided into lanes. a trunk running off the plot's north edge with tributaries joining it at the spacing that only riding lays down. The Grammar Vale had spent a career learning one junction at a time. Cover the scale bar, and it read like the approaches to High Reach on a market morning. The wall ledger's overlay carried nothing for the same volume. Not the hatching for unproven ground half the reach had worn when the Dawnward first came through the span. Blank. No mark, no node, no observer for a node to inherit from. As far as the record of the human species ran, the ground under the ship did not exist. Through the survey deck's port, lights down, the sky sided with the overlay. The primary sat 9 light minutes off the beam, and the port gave nothing back. No disk, no glow, not a grain of field stars behind where the disk should have hung. On the morning of day 61, Vale ran the mast's dark frame calibration, then swung the mast to the sun, and the two frames sat side by side on her screen, indistinguishable to 3 decimals. At full gain, the sun resolved at last, a 0.2 Kelvin above the background. By the second watch, the accommodation deck had shuttered its ports on its own initiative, and the mess had gone to half voices. The survey deck kept its port open because Vale kept it open. An instrument that agreed with its own blind test deserved a witness. Locke came down with Vale at the start of the first watch, while the 2 frames were still up. "They ask one thing," Vale said. "See it. Log what you see, under your own seals. When the record stands, they take us home." "That's the whole of the debt," Locke said. "That is the whole of the ask." Locke looked at the frames a moment, one dark, one dark. "They've had this sky to themselves since before we had ships. What's a human log worth to them?" "Nothing of theirs enters your ledger. They'll set it without weight, a man reporting the tide. A mark of yours can." Locke started on some thanks, for the passage, for the ship brought through whole, and Vale waved them off before the second word and went up the companionway. It was the cleanest ask anyone had put to Vale in 2 years. Raid had offered her a decade of the Coalition's corridor records for one signature, her seal on numbers other hands had taken from instruments she would never strip and zero herself. She had refused him inside a minute and lost sleep over it for a week, because the records were real, and the refusal cost the work. But a seal traded was a seal spent, and provenance was the one currency she had left. The Null were not asking her to certify anything of theirs. The ask was her own mast, her own calibrations, her own hand on the capture, pointed at a sky and left to say what it said. If the record came out wrong, it would be wrong in ways she could be examined on, interval by interval. She went looking for the rule of hers it broke and did not find one. She looked twice. Locke gave her the arithmetic before he went up. 6 days on station, the reserve good for 4 mast hours a day at full gain, cores at watch change, and on the morning of day 67, the ship went home by the road it had been shown, with the record or without it. "Spend it where it proves," he said, and that was the whole briefing. Vale scoped the survey by the end of the watch, the remnants and the lattice, nothing else. If the system had kept worlds, the worlds could keep themselves. 6 days bought an ordering, or it bought a tour, not both. She wrote the scope into the plan of record. At the top of the plan, the format asked for a designation, and the catalog had none to give it, and she skipped the field and opened the first mast window instead. The mast found the dead by their warmth. Nothing in the volume burned, but mass that has once burned takes a long age to come down to the temperature of the sky around it, and none of these quite had. Every remnant sat some fraction of a degree above the background, and the fraction was a clock. Cooler was older. It was the only calendar the system had kept. Like went against like. She matched remnants by mass before she ranked a single one, because a heavy remnant keeps its heat longer than a light one, and an ordering that ignored the difference was the sort of dishonest summary she had built a career refusing to sign. Absolute ages were not on offer. No archive out here, no reference sample, nothing to zero against but the ship's own standards. And she wrote that limit into the record in plain terms. Ordering was on offer. Warmer than, cooler than, by margins, the mast returned the same on day 62 and again on day 64, from a cold start on different cores. The nearest remnants stood light years out. The mast's picture of each was years stale, decades for the far ones. Against the ages in play, the staleness was a rounding error, and she noted it and carried it anyway, because a review began with the omissions. Rook stood his watches at the second console with his back to the port, and worked the reduction queue harder than she had planned to let him. On day 63, she put the lattice on the plate, scored for stacking as she had once scored the reach, not where the roads lay, what the roads had borne, and asked what he made of it. "That's a market," he said, at the deep interchange sunward of the trunk. "Nobody plans one. Traffic that thick, it accretes." His finger moved west, to the pinch where the whole outer volume funneled through one proven passage between shoals of dead ground. "And somebody sat there and charged for that, or I never grew up where I grew up." "You're reading it like it's the Reach." "It is the Reach." The dryness went out of his voice, the way it did when he stopped performing for whoever was watching. Older, bigger. He turned back to the queue. Emptier. By the end of day 63, the lattice was scored end to end, and she ranked the dead against the riding, the test she had run once before, in a living sky. The coldest remnants in the volume sat behind the deepest stacking. The trunk was old death along its whole length, oldest at the interchanges, older still at Rook's toll pinch, where the geometry said everything that moved had once had to pass. The spread ground came out warmer. Thin lanes, open volume, skies that had carried almost nothing, younger by margins well clear of the noise. In the Reach, that would have been the whole result. In the Reach, the quiet pockets had been clean. She had gone looking for the exception there, wanting one, and found whole skies over ground that had never carried riding. Here, the quiet ground had died last, not been spared, died last. The ordering ran outward from the trunk and finished everything. And the finishing went into the record twice, because she did not believe it on the first pass and rebuilt the frame from raw capture to make it go away. It stayed. Her corridor units stayed in their drawer. Nothing certified a bridge between one network's spend and another's, and the ordering needed none. She wrote the floor the coldest remnants forced. The youngest death in that sky was older than the whole human species, and left the ceiling out of the record, because no calibration she owned would carry it. One reading would not sit. Every capture answered its stamp home to the cairn's clock, the mouth's authenticated reference, and the hearth's came back wrong. The mast's elapsed record, the transit legs, and the cairn's time could not all three be true. The gap was small and clean and survived every rebuild of the frame. Vale mogged it where such things went. Instrument, timing chain, refer to yard. A fault in her own gear was the least impossible answer, and she still had the dead to rank. One junction off the corridor, Earth had licensed. Ostry's son sat inside the same arithmetic with 293 people under it. She had no sanctioned number for how far inside. The question had gone home for referral in somebody's diplomatic bag. She priced it anyway, in her head, without instruments, against every promise she had made herself about work she could not defend. Then she logged the dead sky's numbers and kept working. Vale came down during the long reductions on day 64 and stood at the rail. The null ships lay dark off the beam and had not moved in 4 days. No instrument on them swept, no antenna tracked, nothing the Dawnward could read so much as blinked. Whatever the escort had come here to do, it was not measuring. Vale watched the humans measure, instead, openly, in the hand checks, in why a woman with cores under her console would prove a son on paper, in Rook's habit of arguing with the reduction queue under his breath. In the plot itself, he showed the interest of a man looking at a wall. Vale got as far as his name once, Vale. He gave her the whole of his attention, and would have kept giving it, a man who would answer anything if she had the sense to ask about card games. "The watch change compute," she said. "I want the halves test run twice." "You want," Vale said, "to ask me how long ago." He turned back to the rail. "The halves test you can have." The ordering closed that night. Alone at the plate, with the halves agreeing and the frame stable from a cold start, the old warmth went through her. The turn a system makes when it stops being noise and comes over into sense. The sensation she had built a life around. And for the length of it, the volume on her screen was beautiful. The cleanest terminal data set any cartographer had ever been handed. Every control free, no traffic to foul a lane, no committee to narrow a method, no owner to bar a door. She ran the dark frame again, though nothing had drifted. The set was clean because nothing was left alive in it to make it dirty. She keyed the next reduction and kept her eyes on the cue until the warmth had gone. Her curve had always ended in extrapolation. The record under her seal at home ran from onset to the bend and stopped where the data stopped. And every committee that needed to had parked the remainder on saturation. The damage would level off, systems would stabilize, the tail was a modeling artifact, and further study would show it. Here the tail was on the plate. The curve came out of the bend and did not level. It ran to the end of what there was, and the end was a sky her mast could not tell from its own dark frame. The record took day 65 and most of day 66, and she built it as she had built the one that was shelved. Frames, calibrations, provenance on every interval, the alternatives and where each one failed. Age did not order the dead. Matched mass did not. Composition she fitted and took back out. Chance died in the halves. Load ordered them. Nothing else did. She wrote the limits beside the findings, behavior, not mechanism, an ordering and a floor, with no word anywhere in it about what had been spent here, or by whom, because the capture carried no such word, and she declined to add one. The format stalled her once, at the top, on the field she had skipped on day 61. Designation. The catalog had nothing. No human catalog had the ground. The format would not close the package around an empty field. "At home you can't leave ground nameless," Rook said from the second console when she said so aloud. "Anything that can feed you or kill you gets a name the day you find it. Otherwise you can't warn anybody." He came over and stood in front of the plot with his arms folded, a reach man pricing a district. "It's a hearth. Stone standing, fire out. You can still see where everyone sat." Vale keyed the field. Hearth. The format took it. First entry in a catalog of one. At the rail, Vale tried the word once, under his breath, and said nothing else for the rest of the watch. Locke came down at the end of day 66 with the reserve figures balanced and his jacket still on from a watch he needn't have stood. He read the summary once, all the way through, at working pace. Will it stand? Not what does it mean, not what do we do with it. Vale had had a finding stand once already, and had learned in the year afterwards what standing was worth on its own. The plainness of the question said Locke had learned it too, at his own cost. It will stand anywhere the format runs, she said. An ordering and a floor. I claimed nothing the capture can't defend. Then seal it. Her instrument seal went on first. His command seal went beside it, off the sanctioned line. An unsanctioned survey, a log no board had asked for. Countersigned without one word of caveat entering the record. Whatever Locke had come out here to pay, some piece of it got paid in that order. Severin said a thing to me on the coalition hull, Rook said, while the authentication walked the chain. The coalition doesn't need your data. It needs your witness. He told me to remember the word. The plot threw its working light up at him. Everybody out here seems to know what a human seal is for. The package closed at 21:12, ship's clock, day 66. Provenance resolved continuous, mass to capture to seal, no interval orphaned, and the ship's node wrote the marks. On the wall ledger, the blank came up gold. A thin string of survey marks along the trunk, junction by dead junction. The overlay inheriting each one as the chain walked it. The only plates in the universe that carried them rode with the ship. That changed nothing in the format. They were written, they were authored, and they were hers. Off the beam, for the first time in 6 days, the escort moved. Nobody aboard had told the Null the record stood. Vale stayed at the plate with her local copy under her hand and went looking for the category, because a finding without its category was a finding half secured. A hypothesis could be starved. She had watched it done. A proof could be shelved. Hers was. The thing the node had written tonight was neither. It predicted nothing, and it argued nothing. It had happened. Somewhere, once, the whole of her curve, onset, bend, end, had run its full length and left its shape standing in the dark. And that shape sat in a human record now, under human seals, dated, bounded, reproducible from raw capture. Precedent. Every version of the question they had asked her since the corridor, could it really, would it truly, on what timescale, on whose authority, now had an answer that had already occurred. On the plate, the gold thread ran through the dead lattice, junction by junction, and for whatever a plate was worth, something in the hearth was lit. Vale backed her copy twice to the survey deck's local store, gave the mast back to the drive, and went up to tell Locke the Null could take them home. Chapter 16. What was spent? 2 days out from the dead system, Wells got her appetite back. It arrived mid-alignment on the morning watch, plain and enormous, the first hunger since the sky with no stars in it. At the change of watch, she went down to the galley and loaded a tray like a dockhand. Printed eggs, bread, the last of the good pepper sauce, and ate all of it, and went back for the bread she had told herself she was leaving. Dawes studied the second tray with professional interest. "There's the kid," he said. "I was starting to think we'd shipped a statue home." "Statues don't hold alignment," she sat. "Somebody's been at my pepper sauce. For a week, you weren't using it." The mess at mid-morning was fuller than any watch bill required. Nobody had ordered the crew together. The crew came anyway, on staggered excuses, and stayed past their excuses. Sethi had his contact ledger propped against the urn, stylus up, doing what Sethi did, which was asking. "What color do you have?" he said to Dawes. "Color?" Dawes turned his mug a quarter. It didn't have a color. Ash over a hearth that's gone out. "I wrote red the first night. Deep red, low down, like a coal seen through smoke." Sethi turned the stylus over in his fingers. "I read my own entry this morning, and I don't remember red." "There was a shine on the junctions," Rook said from the end of the table, quiet, "like wet slate." He looked into his tea. "Yesterday I'd have told you no shine. Ask me tomorrow, you'll get a third sky." That was the whole ship now. No two tellings matched, and no teller matched himself 2 watches running. Wells kept her own version where it was. She had put it in her witness entry at the time, hand still cold, sitting in the survey bay under her own seal. Brown, like strong tea, with the junction lights hanging in it. She had read the entry back last night, and the sky in it belonged to a stranger. What she carried this morning was black and enormous and clean. Tomorrow it might be tea again. "A hearth," Sethi said, still with Dawes. He wrote something short. "That's what goes in my ledger then. It deserves better than a catalog number." By the evening watch it had gone around the ship the way names do aboard, and nobody said the catalog number again. Ordinary things came back at their own speed. Someone had the mid-deck scrubber apart on a cloth at the next table, sorting the elements by hand, a job the same in any sky. The galley printer was back on the good bread cycle. The urn kicked and scorched the tea, and nobody rose to it. It was a thing Wells knew from the inside now, this slow, uneven waking of a crew, the hands finding the job a day or a week before the rest of a person agreed to come back to it. And she let it come at its own pace, hers among the rest. Vale came through the hatch for tea at the wrong moment, and Sethi had asked her before she could arm herself. "Nora, what do you have?" 11 hours of calibrated spectra, Vale said. "The record hasn't changed since I took it. I have, apparently. Read your own entries and stop taking a poll." She drew her tea and went, and at the hatch, without turning, red was closer than the slate. Through all of it, Vale stayed at the table's far end, playing out a patience game with one of the ship's decks, keeping his own score in a neat column of marks nobody aboard could read. That was new. In the Reach, he had been a man who took 2 hands off you and left satisfied. Since the hearth, he sat and dealt and stayed. And when Dawes stood to go, Vale squared cards. "Wells," he said, "your mast test, the warm one, the one you made Rook run twice. Show me before we're back on the line." "You want a job?" "I want the trick of it. You people wring true readings out of instruments that lie to you. It's the best thing you do." He stood and pocketed his score. "Also, your urn is burning the tea again. Someone should confess to the machine." The refit had given the mast shack twice the floor of the old one, and Wells still ran it from the left-hand seat, where the readouts came honest. That evening she had Rook in the right seat, with the floor trace up. The test was Silva's, out of the daybook, transposed for the new mast in Wells's own handwriting, and teaching it was the part of any watch she guarded. "Cold, the board swears the floor is clean," she said. "It's lying. It doesn't know it's lying, which is worse. Warm it 20 minutes, then believe it." Wells talked him through the warm-up with her hands off his side of the board, heater on the reference load, the pilot tone laid under the floor, the trace lifting out of the cold a hair at a time. 20 minutes was not a figure Silva had guessed at. It was how long the old mast had taken to stop lying, and the new one had inherited the habit along with the fault. When the floor came honest, Wells set one finger to the line, so Rook would see the exact place the cold went out of it, and took the finger away and let him read the rest himself. He warmed it and believed it and ran the trace exactly, asked for the next step in the fewest words that would carry it, and ran that exactly too. Since the passage he had been like this. No commentary on the plumbing, no theater about barbarian earth machinery, no bets on anything. It was beautiful work, and she hated watching it. "You haven't dealt a hand since we came out," Wells said. "Haven't felt like winning." The trace crawled left to right. On the third pass he spoke to the readout, hands still moving. "Every sky I know has a road through it now. I saw where a road finishes." A breath. "So I put my own reach up on the plate and catch myself doing the arithmetic." Wells took the trace down and set the board to standby, so the shack went to pumps and hull noise and nothing to look at professionally. "You know where my first was," she said. "Under fire and after. The outpost." A pause. "Mine." "Yours. I went through your home with a torch and a stretcher, and I had never in my life seen the after of anything." The old cold walked through her, and she let it pass instead of talking over it. Everybody aboard was kind. Silva put a spanner in my hand and stood me at a bench, and that worked, for hours at a stretch. Sethi told me it takes the time it takes. The captain told me I'd done well, which was true, and helped nothing. Nobody said the thing. I had to dig it up myself, on night watches, over about a year. You're getting it free. Rook turned the right-hand seat a little toward her. "The girl who hadn't seen it wasn't coming back," Wells said. "I stood at the hatch for most of a year waiting for her anyway. That's the part nobody tells you. You don't get him back. You get to stop waiting." She put the board active again because her hands wanted something to be doing. "And the other half. The sky is still the best thing I ever saw. Both of those stay true. Nobody told me I was allowed to keep both. So you're allowed. That's the whole speech." The floor trace came up clean. Rook watched it run left to right once. "All right," he said. Wells put the board through its closeout, and Rook keyed it with her, the two of them running the shutdown in the shorthand people grow standing watches side by side. Her call, his key, nothing of it spent in words. It was the first thing they had done shoulder to shoulder since The Sky with No Stars, and it came easy. They sat with the mast a while, 2 seats and the pumps. Then, still to the readout, "Say the thing about the rain. It just falls, out of the sky, on everybody. Nobody owns it, and nobody bills you." "Still barbaric," Rook said, and took the deck out of his coverall, where it lived, and dealt 2 hands onto the console. The ship stood full watches again. That was the mercy of a working ship. There was always a next thing, and Wells could put her hands to it without first settling how she felt. She stood her mast watches from the honest left-hand seat and handed Rook the readings to run. Dawes flew the escort's polite formation, matched to the meter, and narrated the courtesy of it in a low grumble that was half complaint and all correct order. Sethi filled his ledger. Vale reduced her 11 hours of spectra a decimal at a time, and told anyone who drifted near that a finding wanted a baseline, and the baseline wanted the end of the survey. Drew her tea and went. The urn scorched it either way, and nobody confessed to the machine. Wells did her rounds slower than the manual budgeted and better than it asked. She had brought a ship home from a thing like this once, her own, 2 years back, after the outpost and after Silva, and she knew the coming back from the inside now. The work returns first, then the appetite, then the arguing. And none of it hurries for you, and a fool tries anyway. So she took the long way wound her watches, and let the crew be human at the edges of their duties, and set a hand, here and there, on the honest working things as she passed them, the warm consoles, the worn rail, the good bread cooling on the galley rack, as if to be sure they had all come through a sky that had none of them in it. There was plenty of the human to catch. 2 ratings kept a running feud over a card score no instrument aboard could settle. A hand she passed in the spine corridor was whistling something with no tune to it, badly, and did not break off for her, which she counted the best sign on the ship. In the galley, someone had left a witness slate open on the table, read it over, frowned at the stranger who had written it a week ago, and shut it without a word. The sky in his own hand had changed on him overnight, and he was not going to stand there and argue with himself about the pepper sauce. And in the night, somebody had gone round the mess reseating every loose deck grating underfoot, quiet, unasked, for no better reason than that Silva would have, and owned up to none of it. The ship was quieter on the run home than it had gone out, and warmer under the quiet. Wells kept her watches. She ate. She taught. It was enough. The escort began to leave them on the 3rd day of the run home. One at a time through the forenoon watch, the guide ships eased out of the shared course and were gone between one sweep of the plate and the next. By the afternoon watch, one remained, holding a beam at a distance Dawes called polite, matched to the meter. Locke had the chair. Dawes had the stick, Wells had the mastboard, and Vale stood at the aft rail with his hands behind him and watched his people go off the plate the way a man watches weather move off a coast. Rook had the seat at her shoulder and was not watching the plate. He was watching Vale, reading whatever stood in the set of those shoulders as he read a room before choosing which door to leave by. Wells could see him doing it and could not do it herself. The reach had raised Rook to know exactly what it cost a man to stand at a rail and be unanswered by his own, and it had raised her to know a clean baseline from a dirty one. She let the reading be his. She had only her own smaller measure of it, from the mess and the shack and the days of the run. That Vale had spent whatever he spent out there, then come and sat at a human table and dealt human cards and stayed. She did not know the arithmetic of it. She knew he was here and steadier for it, and dealing to a crew that answered when he spoke. In the last hour of the watch, the contact band chimed once and put traffic on Wells's board, addressed to the ship's registry. She routed it to the survey bay and had it open on her own plate before Vale answered. "Survey bay," Locke said. "What did they send us?" "Our own entries," Vale said on the circuit. "The hearth witness marks. Every seal aboard, bit for bit. No header, no annotation. They've sent us back exactly what we wrote." "Returned mail," Dawes said. "A receipt," Vale said, from the rail. "Lock it," Locke said. The last guide ship stayed abeam another hour, for no reason any instrument aboard could give, and then the plate swept empty and stayed empty. Every line of the escort's leaving sat in the comlog tagged to the ship's registry. Nothing on the whole run home had been addressed to Vale. Wells put her board to standby and went to the rail beside him. The question got out ahead of any tact she owned. "Is it paid?" "Paid." "So it's finished." "Even," Vale said. The plate light moved on his face. "Not finished. Even." He straightened off the rail, and there was the other Vale, the mess table one. "It means the next time they want something from this ship, they will have to ask. Please. Thank you. The whole tariff. It will be terrible for them." "You'd enjoy that." "Enormously." He was already going. "You still owe me a mast lesson, and Rook owes me 11 points. "From the stick to the bridge at large," Dawes said. "Noon tomorrow, we're back on the sanctioned line, and respectable. Everybody practice looking surveyed." The Reach came back into the mast that night, a few lights at a time. First, the buoy heartbeats, sunward and thin. Then a lane controller somewhere down the corridor talking a convoy through a junction with the beautiful boredom of a man who has said the same 40 words for a year. Then the freight bands all at once, handlers counting containers at each other. A tug pilot running a grievance about a berth, somebody's manifest reading long, the loud, vulgar, living road. Wells sat in the left-hand seat with the cans on one ear and let two handlers argue a pallet count across half a light hour, and could have listened the whole watch. The survey line was 11 hours out. The board had already built the morning's return to it. Approved bands, approved baselines. At the end of every watch, she went down the bands the back way, in the same order, finishing on the Ferran carrier, an old habit she had stopped explaining to herself. Since the evacuation, the Kindred's emitter had run quiet. Carrier up, nothing riding it, a lit window in an empty house. She checked it the way you check a scar. There was structure on the carrier. Not a voice. The plea had always been a voice, 2 generations of one, patient, older than the corridor. We are still here. This was blocks, fixed lengths, a header shape, a repeat with a machine's period to it. She pulled it up, and the board returned no source type and no format name. The board always returned a format name. The Survey General Book gave her nothing. Neither did the coalition forms out of the contact annex, nor the yard formats, nor the corridor's own licensing traffic. She sat back, took the cans off, put them on again. The Kindred's logs rode in the survey archive, Vessa's authenticated copies, aboard since the first voyage. Wells opened the oldest signal annex in the set, Earthstock, 3 centuries out of date, formats written for keel ships by people who never dreamed of the Reach, and laid the annex against the carrier. The match went green on the second page. Keel General Distress. All stations, assistance immediate, repeat until answered. Under the header, Hull status fields, the modern board had no codes for. In the originator block, one word, Kindred. She had heard everything that emitter had ever sent, the plea and the warning under the plea, and every plain, quiet watch of carrier warmth between. In 5 generations, the Ferran had never once asked. Even the plea never asked. It told. We are still here, a fact, laid at the feet of whoever opened the road. And the 293 still under that sky were the ones who had chosen it, Maro's people. Maro, who had spent years wanting this emitter dark. 300 years dead, that form. The stayers had gone back into their ship's own book for it. She keyed the command circuit. Mast watch. Captain, wake up. Ostry is transmitting distress. Kindred format, all stations, repeating. Her hand stayed flat on the console beside the plate. And get Sethi to the comm shack. On her plate, the form rolled over and began again at the top. They're not asking in their own words, Wells said, to nobody the circuit could carry it to. They're asking in ours. Chapter 17. The Call North. The first voice out of the distress stack was the pump keeper's, and she was reading a water manifest. Plant holds, she said, in the low Ostry pitch that set each word down like a full crate. Main lines froze at 3rd hour yesterday and thawed by noon. Today they thawed at dusk. Tomorrow I do not promise. The birth house is moved onto the plant's own loop. Fuel for the loop, 30 days at this cold. Fewer at the cold that is coming. The field is clear and will stay clear. Wind crossed the pickup, long and gray, and her voice came through it unhurried. This message repeats. We are 293. Send boats. A click. A breath of carrier. The stack rolled on to the next send. Sethi had been in the comms shack since the middle watch, one boot laced, sleep shirt under his jacket. The duty officer had woken him over the format query, an automated header the ship's library refused to name, riding Ostry's beacon frequency where the old patient plea had always been, and Sethi had put a name to it in under a minute, and then sat down slowly on the jump seat because his legs had stopped agreeing to be stood on. Maritime lineage. Earth standard. Automated Mayday. The distress protocol issued to colony ships of the Kindred's generation, and struck from the active registers before anyone now living was born. The Farron had carried it down 5 generations as they carried everything the founders left them. Copied entire, serviced on its schedule, never once used. For 120 years, that people had asked Earth for nothing, in Earth's own grammar. The beacon's plea had been an offering. We are still here. And even the warning beneath it was advice to the road, never a request of it. Now the Kindred's last working throat was crying Mayday in the founder's format, on repeat into the open reach, where every hull from the corridor mouth to the far shore could listen to a people set down its pride. He went through the whole stack twice before he called anyone else down. 11 sends in a fixed rotation somebody had thought hard about. Voices, field telemetry, the emitter's own housekeeping channel, stamping its health and the sky's brightness into every transmission as it had done since landfall. Under the Kindred's ribs, at the speakings, only the holder of the iron spoke. There was no iron on an open band. Whoever keyed that emitter held it for all of them, and the order of the sends was the yards order. Water first, then ground, then the names. The second voice belonged to a man from the eastern orchards, formal, sparing, the old idiom unbent. To the survey of Earth. I spoke once at the speaking under the ribs when your rolls were open. I said that what goes into a roadmaker's ledger comes out an entry and not a man. The roadmakers present did not argue with me, and I stayed with my trees. A pause. No wind behind this one. A room, a lamp. The frost took the orchards in one night, rootstock and grafted crown together. I withdraw my word. Enter us, roadmaker. Entries live. Vale came down at first light and sat over the housekeeping channel, the dullest send in the stack, for the better part of an hour without a word. Sethi kept the voices to his own earpiece and left her to it. On her plate, the emitter's small conscientious sky stamp unspooled across 120 years. Landfall, the long red drift their grandparents had watched begin. The slow folk arithmetic of the going out. Then the right-hand end of it, the last 2 years, bending down like a stalk under snow. She laid the reduction on the main plate at the morning briefing. Day 71 on the ship's clock. The sanctioned survey line 1 day off the bow. Ostry north of it, off every line the tasking recognized. The emitter stamps a sky brightness reference into every send. Founder spec, a navigation aid nobody ever used. Which means Ostry's beacon has kept a photometric record of its own sun longer than any instrument this reach has ever carried. Her stylus moved once, and the curve stood up on the plate for the whole table. Against the kindred baseline, output is down 9%. 6 of the 9 belong to the last 100 days. The loss is compounding. The rate doubles roughly by the fortnight. It has stopped being a slope. It is a fall. Nobody at the table asked whether her instrument might be wrong. 2 years ago, somebody would have. Put it in time, Locke said. When does that sun fail? Wrong tense. It is failing. It began while we were in the dark. Vale set the stylus down. Their grandparents were promised the going out for their grandchildren. It has come a generation early. In the regime the model marks non-linear, one junction off the corridor Earth licensed. Weeks, Captain. I can give you error bars, and none of them buys a month. The wardroom's quiet had the drive note under it. In Sethi's earpiece, the pump keeper's voice went on, patient as water. We are 293. Send boats. Ravi, Locke said. Who is down there? I'll bring you the roll. The roll had crossed the reach twice in the bottom of his document case, between the diaspora ledger and the kindred concordance, in a plain cover with no title, because he had never worked out what to call a list of the people who told him no. He read from it to the wardroom on the morning of day 72, standing, the old paper notebook open on his palm, every stayer's reason in the speaker's own words, taken down at the speaking and in the cues and at the rope lines 2 years ago, when the rolls were closing and writing it all down had seemed the only honest work left for his craft. The pump keeper and her line crew, who stayed so the going could go, and banked the plant to a stayer's load when the last boat burned. The keeper of the birth house, with her 41 names the climb would kill, old hearts, new lungs, the 2 women she would not name aloud. The orchard families, who struck their names in the first week, here I am a man with trees. One planter, under her own roof, 3 children in that ground and no interest in anyone's banner. And Maro's settlements in the High Valley, whole and deliberate, behind the sentence the Reach had learned by heart. 293, Sethi said. Around 40 were the ones the first climb would have killed, the birth house, the old hearts, the ones we left because taking them was taking their death. The rest chose, or kept the work running that let the going go, and every no is in here in the words it was said in. He closed the roll. For 2 years this has been a finished document. Since yesterday it's a manifest again. The arithmetic from 2 years ago stood where it had always stood. 1,563 lifted. 44 dead in the lifting, 293 under the sun that stayed. He had built a working peace with those numbers and checked it after storms. Saved some, lost some, told no by the rest. The second asking found him with the same craft, 1 ship, no keels on the field, and a sun that had finished negotiating. Last time their people flew their own ships. Dawes, from the helm end of the table, flat as a manifest. 4 keels and every boat on the field, and whatever still flew went up with them 2 years ago. This time we carry them, or the cold does. Then we'll want hulls, Locke said. Every one the Reach will give us. By supper, the ship had arranged itself around the word without anyone posting an order. Wells had Silva's daybook up from the engine room, open to the anchor rig pages, flagging in the margins in her own smaller hand what the corridor rig would need this time. The drive maintaining a launch corridor anchor was written into that book in Silva's flat capitals, with his costs beside it. Rook sat the bands with a link in each ear, doing what nobody else aboard could, asking the Reach for favors in its own accent. Masters he knew, yards that owed him, a tally of hulls and holds, and how soon growing under his stylus. Locke took the task in question to the day office with his reasons ordered, and Thetty went with him carrying the roll. Locke got one reason spent and half of the second before Halden turned her plate around. The amendment stood drafted, cited, and co-signed, an hour old. Preservation of life takes precedence over survey tasking, Halden said. The provision is older than the survey. I've cited the lineage in case the board enjoys history. The Dawnward is the nearest capable hull, being off every sanctioned line, a small dry pause, the closest she would come to the objection she had logged over the null passage. We are nearer than anything Earth could task inside the window. I entered no objection because there is none to enter. This is within terms, Captain. Thetty had the roll open to read from and was 2 names into the berth house before Locke's hand settled on his arm. The amendment was signed. The case was made. The door stood open. He closed the roll mid-name, and his voice took a moment longer to stop than it should have. There is one thing I can't give you. Halden said it past them both, to the doorway, where Vale had come to stand with the curve under her arm. The study stays referred home, Dr. Vale. The referral was correct under terms 3 weeks ago, and it is correct now, and nothing about a rescue amends a methodology. I won't pretend the two are one question. They aren't, Vale said. One of them is finished. Ostry ran the study without us. You'll find the results on the beacon band, in order. Water first, then ground, then the names. She went. Halden sat with her hand still on the plate's edge, and then keyed the beacon stack back to its top and started the berthhouse send again from the beginning. The Reach spent day 73 listening, and being listened to. The Coalition Band rebroadcast the beacon entire, every hour on the hour, and laid not one word of its own across it. Junction chatter did the opposite. Freight masters trading odds on an open channel with the ease of men discussing weather that fell on somebody else. Anyone holding cargo for the north lanes? Anyone know if Earth turns? A cold hauler out of the Far Shore Run posted her intention plainly, diverting to Ostry, seats and floor space for 40, who else? And got 3 answers and a silence that was its own census. Nobody asked the Dawnward directly. Everybody asked near her. The stack acquired a 12th send in the night, the keeper of the berthhouse, for the rolls. 2 years ago, I struck 41 names from the Roadmaker's Manifest because the climb would kill them. Some of those names have since gone into the ground, the usual way, at their own hour, under a roof, with their people by them. For the rest, I am changing my answer. The climb kills them. The cold kills them, slower, and takes the young who sit up keeping them warm. I have said this to each of them and to their children, as I did before, and I will not say it softer for a ledger. Send berths with heat, and a physician who is not proud. We will come up in blankets. And beneath it, the pump keeper again, a second entry in the yard's order. The High Valley has not spoken, and will not. The call is ours, not Maro's. Do not wait on his name to come for the rest of us. And a word for whoever reads weather for your ships. The dark was promised to our grandchildren. It has come early. So must you be. Vale came down to the shack in the second watch and stood in the doorway through one full turn of the stack, 12 sends, top to top. Sethi left the speaker live and asked him nothing, and was quietly proud of the restraint, in a small way he would have been embarrassed to explain. When the pump keeper's first send came round again, the water and the loop and the 30 days, Vale went out as he had come, and his tread on the ladder was slower than the ship ever made it. Sethi stayed, and late in the watch he drafted the answer. He built it in the old idiom, formal and sparing. The register the yard would read as respect, and the children would have read to them twice. The first version promised. He struck the line out standing. He had spent one promise like it 2 years ago. The road is open, it stays open. And Silva had gone out onto the drive frame to keep those words true. The second version explained, and he struck that too. The yard's order had no slot for a roadmaker's reasons. What stayed was short, and even that he did not send. A reply from a survey hull was not Ravi Sethi speaking. It was Earth. The Reach would believe the mark, not the words. And so, he found, would he. He saved the draft unsent and sat with the voices until the watch. The junction came up out of the dark on day 74. Nav buoys strung gold down the survey line's home leg. The freight queue stacked and patient. The fork itself plain on every plate. Home one way, Ostry the other. The Dawnward wrote her position into the open ledger each hour of her life, as every licensed hull did, and anyone from the corridor mouth to the far shore could read where the survey's mark sat. By morning, the whole Reach was reading. The bands had spent a day being casual about it, and the casualness had worn through. Sethi went up to the bridge and stood at the rail, the unsent draft keyed and waiting under his thumb. Halden stood at the log station, the amendment live on her plate. Vale had her capture running, corridor telemetry, the junction's load, all of it streaming into the record under her seal, as it had once before at a different mouth. Dawes, Locke said. Course north's been laid since yesterday. A half-turn from the helm. It's been sitting under the active one like a spare knife. Fly it. The bow came round without ceremony, a working turn, gentle on the cue. On the junction boards, on the freight house walls, on every plate in the Reach, the survey's gold mark bent north off the home line. The bands hushed, all of them at once. Then they were very loud. Locke opened the all-reach channel and took it the whole distance down to plane. All stations, all flags. This is Aidan Locke, master of the survey ship Dawnward, for the whole of the Reach. Ostry's sun is failing, weeks, not years. The beacon carries the record for any doubter. 293 people are on the ground with 30 days of fuel and nothing left that flies. The Dawnward has turned north. The approach is charted, the field is clear, and our corridor marks are open to any hull that answers under any flag. A breath, no longer than the working pause between orders. Send everything that flies. On the coalition band, the hour's rebroadcast went out as always, and under it, this hour, movement orders in the Vere freight code, short and many. Sethi sent the draft while the bow was still swinging. To Ostry, from the ship that came before. Every send is heard, every voice, every name, the manifest and the wind behind it. Watch the road. The survey's mark has turned north, and it does not travel alone. Have your rolls ready, and your sick nearest the field. Light the field. In the shack below, the stack cycled to its top and began again. The pump keeper read her manifest. The lines, the loop, the 30 days, the clear field, and the wind crossed the pickup, long and gray, from a world with its sky going out. This message repeats, she said, level as bedrock. We are 293. Send boats. Chapter 18. Everything That Flies. By the second hour after the turn, the plot over Ostry carried more hulls than Locke had ever commanded, and he commanded none of them. They came in off every heading a road could reach. A grain convoy out of the corridor trade, holds blown empty and lashed with borrowed couches. 2 ore-line tenders that had wintered their crews on Ostry through the lean years turned north the moment the beacon changed its grammar. The far shore cold hauler with her 40 seats already in the census, and a second hauler behind her that no one had asked for. Pilgrim boats that had come once to argue their kin off the world and were coming back to carry them. A salvage barge with no lock on its forward hold. Freight masters who had spent a day on an open channel trading odds on whether Earth would turn, and had their answer and had turned themselves. Locke stood at the plot and did the only arithmetic left to him. Who could hold what, and for how long, and in what order the ground would let them up. The sun cleared the limb while he worked. It came up dimmer than the day before, a bruise of gray standing on its southern face that had grown since the ship arrived. The light it laid across the day valley thin enough to read frost by. A rime of white high on the fields the Farron had farmed 5 generations, and below it the long dark of a world in the last of its summer. The Dawnward would carry no one. Locke had settled that before the bow finished swinging north, and he settled it again now, watching the hulls stack over a dying farm. Her drive held the launch corridor anchor. The anchor held the mouth. Ground masts proved the approach, and her mark authenticated it. And if she broke station, the corridor lapsed, and every hull inbound lost the road home. She was the reason the road was true, worth more than the 50 berths she owned, and costing him the 50 berths both at once. He had made that trade on a different world with a smaller number, and it had bought Silva a place to die. The keels themselves were the Farron's own, flown by Farron hands, as O'Dai had bargained for on a warmer day 2 years back. The corridor was Earth's, and the ships were theirs, and Locke meant to keep it that shape to the last lift. He was not carrying a people home this time either. He was holding a door open while they carried themselves up it. 1 lane, 2 voices. Dawes had the Marshall Plan up before anyone asked him for it. I fly south, survey flag, corridor registry, anything that answers to our accent. Somebody flies north for the rest, or the rest fly into each other. I'll want the boat inside the hour, Captain. You can't marshal a sky from a chair. Take it. And find me the somebody. Dawes was already pulling his kit. Half of what's inbound is coming up the northern approach, and I've only got the 1 mouth. Rook had the bands, doing the one thing aboard only he could do, calling hulls by their masters' names in the Reach's own accent, a tally of holds and how soon growing under his stylus faster than the field could read it. Sethi kept the beacon in one ear and the ground on the main channel, relaying the field's order up into the sky. The sick first, then the birth house, then the ones the climb itself would kill. The line crews last, because the line crews kept the plant lit that kept the field warm. Halden sat at the log with the provenance queue already open, co-signing marks as fast as the ground could file them, and had entered no objection, because a rescue was within terms, and she had said so to a room that no longer needed telling. Then the coalition resolved on the plot. They came in off the Reach fringe in formation, not the brave, loose crowd of the corridor haulers, but a fleet, salvage-built and drilled, the hulls Dawes had read a month out and called scarier for their order than their guns. They took station off the field's northern approach without waiting to be assigned it, filled the gap the corridor boats were too green to fill, and held there, on a welcome the Dawnward had not yet given. Then the coalition resolved on the plot. They came in off the Reach fringe in formation, not the brave loose crowd of the corridor haulers, but a fleet, salvage-built and drilled, the hulls Dawes had read a month out and called scarier for their order than their guns. They took station off the field's northern approach without waiting to be assigned it, filled the gap the corridor boats were too green to fill, and held there, on a welcome the Dawnward had not yet given. Rod came on the band himself with Locke had not expected, and courteous, which he had. "Captain Locke." The voice was the same as across the parley table, level, economical, no word spent it did not mean to spend. The Dawnward turned north, and the Reach heard it turn. "I have brought what I have." "I see it, Rod." "Hulls and pilots who will fly them into weather your corridor masters refuse. And one marshal who can hold the northern half of that sky better than any man now alive." A small pause, courteous around its edge. "Say the word, and they are yours. Under your corridor, under your seal." There it was, laid on the table as plainly as everything Rod ever laid there. Under your seal. Locke turned it over. The coalition had its own hulls and its own eyes. It could fly the northern approach on its own reckoning and never touch the anchor. Rod was not asking for the road. He was asking for the mark on it. Haldon's stylus had stopped. She kept her eyes on the log. "Every hull you authenticate through the anchor enters the open record. Captain, provenance, master, cargo, permanent by law, readable from the corridor mouth to the far shore for as long as there is a ledger to read it in." She said it carefully, so it could not later be claimed she had not. You would be sealing the coalition's rescue into the record under the survey's own mark. That is within terms. Preservation of life takes any hull that flies, and I will co-sign every one of them. I only make certain you hear what the record will say afterward. I hear it. And he heard all of it. The Reach would read that record for a century, that Earth's corridor had guttered a people's son, and that when the boats went out, it was the man Earth called a raider whose hulls filled the northern sky, sealed there under Earth's own authenticating mark, by an Earth captain who opened a corridor to let them in. Rod did not need to make the argument. He needed only Locke to make it true and file it. "Open the corridor," Locke said. "Every hull that answers, any flag. Put the mark on all of it." Haldon's stylus moved. It should have ended there, and did not. Locke heard himself keep going, laying reasons on the bridge nobody had asked for, that the oldest law of any road was the boat in distress, that a hull which couldn't cross the anchor would kill its passengers coming home, so it had to be sealed to cross, that whatever the record said afterward, the record ought at least to be able to say who came. All of it true. He got to the third reason before he caught what he was doing, and let the order stand. Dawes, halfway into the companionway with his helmet under his arm, said nothing at all. "Severin flies my northern half," Rod said. "He is more careful with these lives than he has ever been with any of yours." Under the band, a second voice arrived, soft and exact, as though it had been on station the whole time. "Coalition Marshal to Marshal South. I have the northern approach. Intervals on your count." "Marshal South has it," Dawes said from the companionway, easy about it, the way he got easy when the odds ran long. "Kind of you to make the trip, Marshal." The first coalition tender crossed the anchor a minute later. A salvage hull with a bad seam, and a hold full of borrowed heaters. And its mark came up on the plot and resolved, and went gold, sealed into the open record under the survey of Earth, with no unmaking it now. By the middle of the second day, the turnaround had a rhythm. Down the transfer lane, fuel and heat aboard, back up the corridor, cross the anchor, gone. Rook flew scatter in Boat 1, working the coast crofts too small for a keel. Wells turned his boat around at the lane between runs, fast, doing the check Silva's way and quoting the daybook at Rook when he got impatient. The corridor haulers learned the intervals. The coalition hulls had known them before they arrived. Two fleets whose flags had been on opposite sides of a blockade 2 years back flew one lane down, one approach, hull for hull, and no board anywhere had signed a word of it. The first keel rose in the middle of that watch, and the whole band went quiet for the length of the climb. Locke had read the roll. He knew what was under her, the first block off the field. Families who had lived nearest the ropes, going up on a hull older than anyone aboard it, on a climb slow enough that everyone in the lane watched every meter. The Ostry pilot counted the ascent in the low drift of her people's speech, tens on tens, and no hull broke the count while she did. "Keel 1 is risen," she said at the top of it. The band stayed quiet a moment past the words. Then Severin's next interval went out on time, and the sky went back to work, and Locke stood at the rail with nothing of his own to fly, and watched the keel climb out on its pillar of fire. Because there it was, in gold, on his own plot. Every family aboard that keel was a family Earth's corridor had come within a generation of killing, lifted clear by the reach Earth had licensed the corridor over, half of them riding hulls that flew Raid's flag. The coalition band rebroadcast the count the moment it ended, and laid not one word across it. Every hour the boats flew, the argument Raid had made across a parley table became fact, in the open, under a mark no one could take back. There was no version of the rescue that was not also Raid being right, out loud, in front of the whole reach, forever. And he wanted the boats to fly anyway. That was the part he could not put down. Not everything that flew, flew. A corridor hauler, 40 years in the trade, came up out of the valley on the third morning with her drive already arguing, and Dawes had her turned back to the field before she cleared the frost. "Q's no place to find that out, master. Set her down. We'll spread your people over 3 good hulls." The hauler sat down. Her 40 went up within the hour on other keels, and her master watched his ship fail to be of use on a field going dark. Rook came up the transfer lane past noon with the last of a coastcraft aboard Boat 1, 9 souls and a crate of seed stock they had refused to lift without. "Boat 1, 9 and a box of barley," he told the field. "They wouldn't come without the barley." "Then the barley is welcome, roadmaker," the field controller said, and let the next load wait a moment before he called it. The cold came up the corridor with them. Twice on the second day, the field's power dropped mid-load, the plant fighting a load it had been banked to hold through a winter, not through a sun spending the whole winter's allowance in a week. And twice a keel sat fueled on the ropes with its people aboard, waiting on power to commit, while the light overhead thinned another shade. Sethi relayed the delays up without comment. Nobody on the band named what was doing it. They had all read Vale's plate. There was a word for it in her methodology, and none for it on an open channel. And on the stack, the pump keeper's steady voice asked only for boats. The berthhouse would go up in blankets. The keeper had been plain about it, on the beacon, to each of her people and their children. A hull with heat in it, and a physician who was not proud. The hulls the heat in them were still being fitted. Borrowed heaters bolted into holds 2 systems out. Sethi had one promised inside 2 days. Locke marked it, and carried it, and held the berthhouse down the order against his own wish, because the order was the field's, and the field had said the sick who can ride first. Rade found him on the flag channel at the turn of the watch, direct, because he did nothing by accident. "Captain, your marshal and mine have not touched a single hull. I did not expect to enjoy sharing a sky with you. You're enjoying being watched share it." A pause, and in it Locke could hear the man weigh whether to be honest and choose it, because honesty cost Rade nothing here, and he knew it. "I buried a wife and a son under a sky that went out one junction off your gold lanes," Rade said. No one on Earth turned to look. Now Earth's own captain has swung his whole ship north where I can watch him do it. No volume in it anywhere. Grief worn to a flat edge. I am not here for the theater, Locke. But if the theater is what makes them look at last, then yes, I will take the theater. I have paid the price of admission. There was nothing in it Locke could argue, because none of it was wrong. He let it stand. Fly your half of the sky, Rade. I intend to. Late in the same watch, the field schedule showed the first up-valley loads pending, then still pending, and then the field controller answered a question Sethi had put twice, old-fashioned and sparing. The High Valley has not sent its people down to us, Roadmaker. I will ask again at first light. A gap that carried the wind behind it. I would not build your queue around them. Locke marked that too, and carried it, and said nothing, because it was not his to answer, and the answer was not one anyone wanted said aloud yet. Vale brought him the new curve on the fourth morning, and had stopped bothering to arrange her face before she spoke. "The window's wrong," she said. "I need you to hear how it's wrong before the field does. Say it." Vale put it on the plate, the beacon's own photometric stamp, the small conscientious sky reference the emitter had folded into every send since landfall, unspooling now near live as the rescue traffic bounced it up to her hour by hour. The curve she had stood up at the briefing 6 days ago, and beside it the same curve redrawn against 4 days of fresh figures, bending down harder than the first. "I gave you 9%, doubling by the fortnight," she said. "I have 4 more days of the emitter's own record than I had then, and the doubling isn't holding at a fortnight, it's shortening. Each halving of the light arrives sooner than the last, the interval's closed to under 10 days, and it is still closing. That's the regime, Captain. That's what non-linear means when it stops being a word on a plate. The sun isn't sliding down a slope, it's going over an edge, and the edge steepens under us as it goes. Put it in time, plain. Weeks was honest when I said it. It isn't now." She did not soften it, and she did not look away while she failed to. "Have what I told the Reach 4 days ago, best case. I can give you error bars, none of them are the good kind." No one on the bridge spoke. Only the drive note carried, and under it, in Sethi's earpiece, the pumpkeeper's send came round again. The water, the loop, the 30 days of fuel, steady as it had been from the first, and short now by half. Halden came to the plate. She read the 2 curves side by side, once, and arrived exactly where the terms put her. "You'll fly the rescue on it," she said to Vale. "You may. Any data that saves a life is within the tasking, and I'll log that I told you to use it. Then, and she meant it as protection, it doesn't amend the study, Dr. Vale. The finding is still referred home. Nothing about a faster sun changes a methodology that was correct 3 weeks ago and is correct now. I won't pretend the two are one question." "They never were," Vale said, and did not add the rest, and Locke marked that she didn't. She turned the plate to the field's frequency, so the ground would have the number as fast as the sky did, and put her seal on the reissue, as she put it on everything she was still permitted to sign. Locke worked what was his to work, half the window. The same 293, less the ones already up and gold. The field town lifting, the sick lifting. The line crews holding a plant that now had to hold longer than the light would. Half the window meant the slow hulls stopped being help. A pilgrim boat that carried 30 at half a tender speed was, at the new number, 30 berth that arrived too late in a slot a faster hull could have flown twice. So the slow hulls went to the back, and the people they might have carried waited on a darkening field for the fast ones to come round again. Locke gave the order to re-rank the queue by speed, and did not dress it, and did not explain it. And a day's haul above the ropes, the high valley, that had not answered the field, sat under a window now too short to spend on people who would not ask for the spending. Locke ran that one too, and set it down unfinished, because finishing it meant deciding to leave them, and that was not yet a decision he would let himself make. Locke keyed the Marshall band before the recalculation was finished, because no version of it ended in waiting. Marshall South, Marshall North, new number off the plate, the window's half what it was. I need the Q flown faster than it's safe to fly, and I need you both to tell me the truth about which hulls can't. Marshall South copies, Dawes said, and there was no more weather in his voice than there'd been all day. I'll get you everything the mass allows and not 1 gram past it. Start feeding me the Q. Marshall North copies, Severin said, soft, exact, already turning a hull down well on a burn begun before anyone else saw the need for it. Feed me the north side. I will fly the ones your corridor won't. Below them the field lit its ropes against a noon gone dim, and the next keel began its count, and the Q that would run 6 more days under a halving light began to move. Chapter 19. The Q. Q6 was flying too heavy and lying about it. Q6, your burn says you're the better part of a ton over filed mass, Dawes said. Anything you want to tell me? The answer took its time coming. The hauler's master sounded like a man 4 days awake, which by now was everybody. Filed mass is correct, Marshall. Your closure isn't. I don't much care what you loaded. I care that the man behind you thinks you'll clear the box 4 seconds before you actually will. Dawes rolled the boat until the Q lay across his canopy. 19 hulls strung down the approach, riding lights doubled against the dark like lamps on a wet street. Refile true or take the back of the line. Choose now. A breath on the band. Refiling. 981. Over. Thank you kindly. Q7, your interval is +12. Everybody breathe. Old hulls told the truth about themselves all day long. It was owners that lied. 5 days into the lift, Dawes had heard every lie the Reach kept in stock. Filed masses, seals sworn to that he could watch weeping vapor on the feed. Drives rated for burns their own logs contradicted. Nobody was lying for money anymore. They lied because the truth would put them at the back of a queue under a sun that was going out. It came around Ostry's limb mid-watch, the sun, on schedule, and wrong. The disk carrying provinces of gray that had grown since yesterday. The light off it the color of an old coin. Below, the day side showed the long valley the Farron had farmed for 5 generations, and from 300 kilometers up, Dawes could see the frost line, a white margin drawn across the high fields in what was supposed to be their summer. Dawes gave it the look a pilot gives a fuel gauge, and went back to his sky. The lift ran on 2 voices. Marshall South was his. Everything survey flag or corridor registry. The pilgrim boats, the outbound convoys forming at the top of the stack. Marshall North belonged to the coalition. The keels on ascent, the Vere hulls, the escort line. 2 fleets whose flags had been on opposite sides of a blockade 2 years ago. Interleaved hull by hull down one approach lane. No board had signed anything. The pattern existed because 2 pilots said the same numbers out loud, and 400-odd exhausted people chose, hour by hour, to believe them. And what a pattern it was to believe in. A grain hauler out of the corridor trade riding ahead of a Vere gunboat with its racks full of bedrolls. Pilgrim boats that had come to argue their kin off the world, going home full of the kin they'd won, overloaded past any lawful line, flown by grandmothers. A salvage barge with no lock on its forward hold, crewed by volunteers, carrying the disassembled berthhouse itself, the timbers, the doorposts, 5 generations of names cut into the lintels. Too old, too full, too slow, all of it, and all of it flying anyway, because the alternative was standing on the ground looking up. The North Marshal had come up on the band the first morning of the lift with call signs and intervals already built, half a pattern laid out in 9 sentences, and Dawes had known the voice by the 3rd of them. Anyone who'd crossed the Sable Reach 2 years ago knew it. Soft, even, no word spent twice. The man who had boxed the Dawnward against the span with 4 hulls and a timetable was flying traffic marshal over a dying farm world, and flying it, Dawes now had 5 days of evidence better than anyone he had ever shared a sky with. A keel would wallow on a scent, and the North boat would already be standing off its wing, arrived on a burn begun 90 seconds before anybody else saw the trouble coming. Severin flew the minimums to the meter, and banked every scrap of margin he saved, and when he spent it, he spent exactly, and you understood then what the reserve had been for. Rade had put his sharpest edge on a taxi pattern. Dawes had turned that over once, the first morning, and let it lie. The Q didn't care about anybody's war record, and 5 days in, neither did he. 200 kilometers above them all, the Dawnward rode her station, holding the corridor anchor for the outbound convoys, her seals going on to every mark the lift wrote into the ledger. Locke's voice came down the flag channel a few times a watch. Vale reissued the collapse curve nightly, and nightly it was worse. The lift had been planned against 12 days of work. On the 4th night, the plan had stopped promising a number at all, only that every day would be flown in less light and meaner air than the day before. Mid-morning, Keel 2 came up out of the valley with the children of the berthhouse aboard. Keels didn't climb so much as commit. 5 generations old, cut from the kindred's bones for a heavier world, they went up the ascent corridor on a pillar of thrust with the grace of furniture and all the mass in the world behind the decision. The pilot counted the climb aloud in the old speech, 10s and 10s, low-voiced. The formal drift Ostry speech had taken in 5 generations. And the whole band stayed quiet while she did it. 41 children, the birthing women, the midwives, riding a machine older than every soul it carried. Keel 2 is risen, the pilot said at the top of the count. The children are well. The coalition sees you, Keel 2, said one of the Vere escorts, a young voice, rough at the edges, that stopped itself there as if it had spoken out of turn in church. Severin's next interval went out on time, and the band went back to work. Dawes had grandchildren on a colony 3 junctions the far side of Seoul, and had visited twice in 10 years. He read Q10 its crossing instruction, and his voice came out the same as it had all morning. In the afternoon, Q9 died. The hauler was inbound empty to load. Corridor registry, 40 years in the trade, pressed into the lift like everything else in the Reach with a hull and a drive. Her brake burn went ragged at 9 seconds, and then the drive let go. No fire, no sound, just the aft third of her opening like a seed pod, and the rest coming on unbraked, shedding pieces across 2 kilometers of sky, every piece still doing pattern speed on the pattern's own heading. All south traffic, marshal override, Qs 10 through 14, burn now, down and sunward, clear the fan, intervals off, go. His hands were doing the boat while his mouth did the sky. Convoy stack, hold your stations. North is clear of the fan, Severin said, already. My escorts are yours if you need the mass. Stand by. The Q scattered by the numbers and reformed by the numbers, and the wreck of Q9 went down well past the whole pattern, tumbling, catching the coin-colored light on every turn. 6 aboard, nothing to fly to, and nowhere it was going but down. Dawes resequenced the approach around the debris fan and wrote 6 in the margin of his plate, in his own hand. By nightfall, the fan had dispersed enough to fly through, and the field sent up the next keel. By the 7th day, the turnarounds had worn to ritual. Down the transfer lane, into the Dawnward's boat bay, fuel hose on, 4 hours of sleep in his suit while Wells went over the boat. "Port fan bearings got a whine starting," she said on the 7th evening, panel already off. Silva's book says change it at first whine, not at failure. Wells had been quoting the book all voyage, the way other people cited regulations, and she had the bearing swapped in the time it took Dawes to eat a bowl of soup standing up. Somewhere in the last 2 years, the kid had stopped asking permission. Silva would have told her so, out loud, unasked. Dawes clipped his helmet back on and took the band off the relief watch. Locke tried once on the flag channel. "I can put a relief pilot on the band, Wade." 5 days I've trained these people to one voice. Swap it now and you'll buy a collision by tomorrow noon. "Then sleep faster," Locke said, and let him alone. Deep in the 8th night, with the pattern thinned to essential traffic and the planet's night side under them showing lamplight where cities weren't, the band sat empty long enough that Dawes keyed it just to hear it carry. "Marshal North, you ever sleep?" "The Vere sleep after," Severin said. Dawes flew the rest of the watch without asking after what. On the 8th morning, a survey flag freighter, grain trade, master with high-reach vowels, refused a crossing vector. "Say again the origin of that instruction," the master said. "Marshal North," Dawes said, "same as the last 40 you've flown." "I wasn't told I'd be taking vectors from a Vere gun." The band was open. The band was always open. That was what made it a band, and every hull in the queue was listening. "You're not taking it from him," Dawes said. "You're taking it from me, and I got it from him, same place I've got every vector that's kept your hull whole for 8 days. Cross on the mark, or I'll file you out of the lift, and you can explain to the board at High Reach why you were the only master in the Reach whose flag weighed more than his cargo." The freighter crossed on the mark. Marshal North issued the next interval as though the band had carried nothing but weather. The Dawnward's Boat 1 crossed the pattern south to north all week on scatter duty, working the coast crofts and the outstations too small for a keel. Marshal, Boat 1, 6 aboard, and that's the last of the coast. Boat 1, slot in behind Keel 3's escort. Nice flying, kid. "Learned it off a man who shouts less," Rook said, and took his slot to the meter. An hour later, Keel 3 went sick on ascent, 109 aboard, and her number 2 engine running hot. Dawes saw the wallow the same moment the numbers turned, the climb going flat-bellied at 40 kilometers, right where the Highland shear had been worst all week, and Marshal North was already moving, dropping out of his slot downwell on one spent exactly burn. "Keel 3, Coalition Marshal. Your number 2 is running hot, and you are nursing the wrong engine. Give me your board." A low Farron voice, formal even now. "Marshal, the board is yours." "Pitch down 2 degrees." A pause with nothing in it but flying. "There, you're climbing again. At the shear you will want to correct south. Do not. I will tell you when." The north boat hung off the keel's flank the whole way up, close enough that their plumes braided, and Severin brought 109 people through the last 60 kilometers one instruction at a time, no instruction louder or softer than another, and handed the keel to its escort at the top like a man concluding a delivery. "Keel 3 is risen," the pilot said. "Marshal, the kindness is counted. Correct your trim," Severin said, and went back down his half of the sky. "Clean work, Marshal," Dawes said, band-wide, because the band had seen it and would fly better for hearing it said. "It was arithmetic," Severin said. In the wars, Dawes had spent 2 years learning the voices of men he'd been sent to kill, until he could pick fatigue from fear from bluff through 3 relays of distortion, until he knew their watch changes by the change in their vowels. He knew this voice now better than he knew most friendly ones. Q16 got its crossing on time. The 9th day took the pump keepers. They were the last 8 out of the northern stations, the crews who'd kept water moving to the high fields long after there was no argument left for high fields, and they came up in a coalition boat with 2 Vere crew, into the worst shear of the week. At 43 kilometers, the boat's plant dropped to quarter power and stayed there. The climb stopped being a climb. Everything after happened on an open band. Boat 9, Coalition Marshal. Numbers. Quarter power on the plant, Marshal. The Vere pilot. 43 and falling. I have tried what there is to try. Dawes was already running it, and knew the North boat was running it too. Every hull with delta V, every geometry, the arithmetic every pilot in that sky was doing with cold hands. Nothing dived into atmosphere and came out the other side of the shear as anything that could catch a falling boat. The numbers came out the same in the north slot as the south one, and Severin gave the pattern the result once, no syllable softened. All hulls hold stations. I have run the intercepts. There is no version where anyone reaches them. Then the same voice, exactly. Boat 9. The band is yours. Whatever Dawes might have found to put into that air, he never had to learn. The Vere pilot read out her trim like a woman closing a logbook, and behind her voice, low, one of the pump keepers began the climb count, 10s and 10s in the old speech, in the wrong direction. The count reached the ground before it reached its end. The band stayed empty a while. Then, "Resume the cue," Severin said, and Dawes resumed it. A corridor tug went out the same evening, a lock seal patched twice too often, 2 aboard, gone between one telemetry sweep and the next. Dawes wrote 2 in the margin, under the 6 and the 10. 18 in one column. The convoy manifests would sort them by flag. He wouldn't. And late that night, Keel 1 came up from the field at half load, riding light, and the field's reply to the obvious question took an hour to arrive and didn't answer it. The 10th day came up clean. The sun cleared Ostry's limb with a new province of gray across its face, and the frost line had come halfway down the valley since the 5th day, the white walking through the high fields towards the river. Under that light, for the first time since the lift began, the sky over Ostry started to empty. The last outbound convoy formed at the top of the stack through the morning. 11 hulls, 2 old and 2 full and 2 slow, escorts on their flanks, the Dawnward's marks going gold on the plate 1 hull at a time as provenance sealed. At noon, Dawes handed the convoy to its master and watched 11 wakes bend away towards the corridor and the resettlement run, and the pattern behind them was sky. "Marshal South," Severin. "Your board is clean, Dawes." 10 days, and the man had never once asked his name. "Yours too, Marshal," Dawes said, and pulled the ground schedule to set up the endgame, and stopped. The lift ledger stood at 171 of the 293, up and out. 8 dead with the pump station boat. 114 names still on the ground. Dawes scrolled the manifest once and again, hunting the error the way he'd hunk a bad sensor return, because there had to be one. Every name on it was up valley. Every load slot the field had scheduled out of Maro's settlements across 5 days stood open, not delayed, not refused, unanswered. The keels sat fueled and turned around on the field with their ramps down and their holds half empty, and the last cue of the evacuation wasn't in his sky at all. It was standing in a valley under the frost line, and it hadn't moved a soul. Field, Marshall South, where are my up-valley loads? The field controller's voice came up after a gap, old-fashioned and sparing. Marshall, the loads have not come down to us. Marshall North, your keels, how long can they stand on that field? Ask me tomorrow, Severin said, and the answer will be shorter. Dawes keyed the flag channel. Marshall South to Dawnward. Get the captain up and find me Sethi. The queue's not up here anymore. It's on the ground, and Maro's settlements haven't lifted. Chapter 20. The Dimming Sky. Ostry weighed what it had always weighed. Wells came down the shuttle ramp into the old, honest drag of it and stopped on the last tread. The same tread where she had stopped 2 years ago, because the sun had been up and the sun had been red, and the sun was up now, at the top of its arc, at local noon, and it was dim enough to look at. People were looking at it. Down the seed rows, along the low stone field walls, Farron stood in ones and twos with their faces turned up to the disk, bare-eyed. Don't point at the sun, the first courtesy Sethi ever taught her. Not rude exactly, just not done. It had been a courtesy built for a sun that could blind. Nobody pointed. Everybody looked. The fields were full of people, and that much had kept. 2 years ago they had been bringing in a harvest ahead of weather. They were bringing one in now, bent lines working the rows in coats that had not existed last winter, stripping the standing crop into tagged sacks, and none of it was for eating. Seed stock. The food had gone up with the early lifts. What came out of the ground now was next year, for wherever next year was going to be planted. Tekka met her at the foot of the cable run, with a hand lamp and no greeting she recognized. Broader than she remembered. Shorter with her than he had ever been, even in the week of the 3 paces. The wooden-handled key still rode his belt on its shiny loop. He had gone up with the keels 2 years ago, and come back on the first one down, and all of that was in his face, and none of it was offered. You are asked for, he said. The keels take ground power from the cradles until the last lift. The town keeps its grid to the last night. After that, it runs without hands. The plant house, the north feed, the birth house heat while the birth house needs it. You are asked for because you know why it is built the way it is built. Who asks? The staying. He picked up her second kit case before she could and turned up the run. Come, the light does not keep. The cables ran shoulder-high on their timber poles. The dark lacquer furred white wherever the shade lay. Frost had taken the ridge terraces above the town. A clean gray line ruled across the upper fields, straight as a survey mark. And below it the valley went on working. Terrace and wall and channel, 5 generations of it, and people on all of it, moving. The line had been higher yesterday, Tekka said. He said it flat as weather. Tomorrow it would be lower. The town lamps came on while they walked, mid-afternoon by the clock, half a working day of light still owed. Nobody remarked on it. In the yards between the turf and stone houses, the packing went on under the lamps, bundles corded, tools wrapped in waxed cloth, a woman sewing a keel case shut with a saddler's needle while 2 children knelt on the seam to hold it, Above her, set into the wall like a saint in an old church, a panel of ship plate wore its 120 years of hands. Wells took over the ground feed at the cradles before the light went, walked the couplings with the keel crews, and signed the load across, work she could have done asleep, and she did it the other way, every coupling twice, because Silva was 2 years dead and his rule had outlived him. Nothing strapped to a launch gets the benefit of the doubt. At the shift's turn, a kiln woman came down the rack line with a can of the sour tea and poured for the whole row, Wells included, without asking. The steam stood a foot off the cups. It was an honor, and it was terrible, and Wells drank it to the leaf, and the woman refilled her cup and stood over her while she drank the second one slower. The record house had been the driest, stillest room she had entered on any world. On the second morning, her breath showed over the table, and the basin by the door had grown a skin of ice. Wells broke it with 2 fingers and washed her hands, because hands washed was still the price of the table. Vesa was at the shelves with the magnifier on its cord and chalk on her knuckles where the ink used to be. Keel cases stood open down the middle of the room, hull plate boxes, blanket-lined, and the shelves were emptying into them in order, spine after spine, 5 generations going flat into the dark of the cases, each lid numbered in chalk and again in ink. Hands washed? Yes. Then carry, row by row. They are shelved in order, they are cased in order. The magnifier came up briefly and revised her, the old assessing look, and went back to the shelf. You have grown careful. Careful carries. They cased books through the morning. Wells carried whole lives 2 at a time, cloth bindings soft as work gloves, and where a book fell open in her hands, she read a column before she closed it. Night after night in a ruled hand, and here and there an entry struck through with a single line and a date, and no entry for that star again, ever. Her breath moved over 60 years of somebody's clear evenings. Outside, the light through the doorway lost a little more of its color. Near midday, Vesa sealed the first case, waxed cord drawn through the hasps, a lead button pressed home with a tool worn to the shape of a hand that wasn't hers, and set it with the finished ones. You remember the terms, she said? They come back whole. The terms are changed. Vesa chalked the case's number and was already turning to the next. They are carried whole. Nothing comes back. Her voice stayed in the manner of laying things in their places. The hill stays. The books go up. Through the open door, up the valley, the hill stood above the frost line, white to its base. 2 years ago, in this room, Wells had offered to image every page in an hour, and ruse nothing. The offer put itself forward again, out of the old reflex. The arrays overhead were logging the sky's whole failure to the millisecond, and she carried the next row down instead, and offered nothing. Before she left for the cradles, Vesa called her to the stand. The current book lay open under the lamp. Last night's column ruled and filled, the stars in their places, and 2 new columns ruled since the collapse began, in the keeper's exact hand. The hour the lamps were lit, where the frost stood at first light. The count runs while anyone is under the sky, Vesa said. Read it back to me. Wells read it back. The lamp hour, walking backward through the afternoon, day by day, the frost line stepping down the terraces morning by morning, and in the margin, in the small hand kept for weather and births, the roadmaker's engineer carried the dead's books with washed hands. It is correct? It's correct. Then it is kept. Vesa took the book back, set it on the stand, and went to the next shelf. By the third morning, the lamps came on at noon, and the frost lay at the field walls and did not go back. The kilns had fired their last the night before. The banks stood cold by mid-morning, and the packing moved indoors, into the plant house, under the amber lamps. Silva had rigged the survey lamps amber 2 years ago. One look at Farron's eyes, and every lamp on the detail re-rigged by breakfast, and nobody had ever changed them back. The whole room ran amber now, wall to wall, and under the lamps the benches ran the seed. Sorting trays, waxed cloth, tallies called in the low pitch, children going between the benches with loaded trays, laughing in the low Farron register. In the middle of it, the Kindred's power cell hummed on its dressed stone, patched, old, turning out current as it had since landfall. It would run without hands. That was the whole of Wells's work in that room, and she did it slowly, and made it good. A girl of maybe 12 was stripping cable off the bench feeds, quick and neat and too quick. Wells stopped her at the third pole. "Why is it lashed there before you cut it?" The girl looked at the lashing and up the run above the benches, and had it. So the pole does not take the whipping weight. Then lash the next one first. The girl lashed the next one first. Silva had never once told her an answer either. Wells had signed out the survey's stasis cases that morning and set them at the end of Tekka's bench. These pull vacuum. Seed keeps 30 years in them. Tekka packed on. Then, yes, put it in Earth's cases. He tied off the sack in front of him, waxed cloth, the knot his people tied. Everything of Earth's is better. The cases are better, the road is better. He set the sack down with the others. The sky was better. Wells packed seed and said nothing. One junction over, the corridor was running freight on 6-minute headways through the dark. She packed until her hands warmed. Nobody apologized. An hour on, one of the grandmothers moved half her bench's sacks into the stasis cases without comment, sack by sack, and it was Tekka who carried the filled cases out to the cradles. Across the yard, the birthhouse door stood open for the loading, and the keeper of it was arguing with a Kiel loadmaster on the step, and had been since the lamps came on. Wells got it in pieces, back and forth to the cradles with the cases. "Flat couches, and the climb flown long," the keeper said. "Their lungs are Ostry's. A full burn will finish what the cold has started. A long climb spends window. On that window the queue clears. Then spend it. I am not asking you for window. I am asking you for 11 names." The light changed. It went down the whole valley at once, one shade, the light of an hour later arriving between one breath and the next, and steadied there, lower. Every hand in the plant house stopped. Out in the yard, the argument stopped. The hum of the Kindred cell came up through the floor, the loudest thing on the world, and the disk, when Wells reached the door with everyone else, stood where it had always stood at the top of the sky, dull red, and the frost line on the terraces lay a step lower than it had at breakfast. A pump took up its beat somewhere. Somebody laughed, one note, badly. The benches went back to the seed, and on the birthhouse step, the keeper and the loadmaster started again from the beginning, quieter. They shut the south feed down at the end of the light, she and Tekka, because the fields it watered were under the frost, and the kilns it fed were cold. The pump house stood as it had stood on her first world's first week, the heavy flywheel breathing in the amber dark, the governor riding its slow swing, slack on purpose, tolerant on purpose, nothing wrong with it. Tekka backed the linkage off with the wooden-handled key. Names were cut small into the wood of the handle, each struck through but the last. Wells had asked him once, her first week, who taught him the grid, and been put back on her side of the 3 paces for asking. "My grandmother kept the south coils," Tekka said now, thumb over the last name. 40 years. She taught the grid to everyone who taught it to me. Wells opened the breaker. The drive let go, and the flywheel came down through its swing, wide and wider, nothing left on the line to catch it. Tekka put 2 fingers on the casing. Wells put her hand beside his, and they let the wheel run itself out to nothing, which took a long time, and neither of them shortened it. On the last morning, the cradle floods never went off. Frost lay on the valley floor end to end, the stripped rows white, the channels lidded with ice, the stubble stiff as wire, and by noon there were stars. The 2 bright ones stood over the eastern ridge in full day, and between them the clean, dark gap where a star had burned through the whole of a grandmother's count. Ostry's sun hung among them at the top of the sky, and it was not the brightest light over the valley. The floods were. Stars at noon. Something in Wells's chest lifted before she could stop it, the old reflex, and this time it came down. Dawes was on the Marshall band all morning, spacing the queue a hull at a time. Rook came down with the last loading detail before midday and went to the manifest table and stayed there, working the lists. The loading ran through the short gray light, seed cases, keel cases, the record house's numbered boxes, walking up the ramps 2 men to a box. At the near ramp, a mother counted her daughter up the treads, 10 for the burn, 9 for the road, 8 for the long fall, and the count was still going when the hatch took them. One boy climbed the whole ramp backwards, watching the valley, and nobody turned him around. In the early afternoon, the staying came down out of the upper valley, a line on the terrace road, 24 or fewer, keel cases and seed cases on their backs, down through the frost past the struck line of their own fields. All of them were young. Word came down the line with them. The old planter had sent her seed and kept her roof, and Maro walked at the back of the line as far as the field wall, and stopped there, and the line went on past him to the cradles. Wells was at the cradle feed, 20 meters off, when the young man stopped in front of him. Older than Tekka by a little, a pump keeper's arms on him, his case still on his back. The Farron pitch carried low and even in the cold air, and she got it in pieces. "I chose the staying," the young man said. "Beside me, not instead of me." Maro reached up and squared the case on the young man's shoulders with one hand. "The staying keeps the old. It does not spend the young. Go up and carry the seed." The young man made the deep incline from a household to the road and went. Maro watched him the length of the field and did not follow. Tekka was beside her at the feed with the last of the stasis cases. Wells said it out loud before she had decided to say anything. "He isn't on the manifest." "No," Tekka said. "The keels can carry him. There's mass allowance on both hulls. I ran the figures this morning. He could walk on right now." "Wells," Tekka set the case down, "he knows the allowance. He sent it up the valley last night to the settlements with the order that the young come down and fill it." Down the field, Maro turned from the wall, went along the row of waiting cases, put his shoulder under one, and carried it up the ramp himself. He came back down into the frost and took up the next. The floods burned over the cradles. The sun stood small in its field of noon stars. The loading went on. And the man who had sent the young ones up went on loading, and stayed. Chapter 21. Maro. Day 89 on the corridor clock, and Ostry's sun came up dim enough to look at. Rook gave it one look from the ramp head, the whole disk sitting on the ridge, banked iron red, a coal a man could study without squinting, and went back to the manifest board, because the cold punished standing still, and the boats would not load themselves. -19 on the field gauge at what passed for morning. Overnight, the frost line had come down off the terraces and stood in the orchard rows halfway to the valley floor, white on black branches, straight as a tide mark. At the first going, this field had sorted 1,900 people into the going and the staying in 20 days. What was left of that now stood in one queue at one ramp. The last 40 of the going, bundled to the eyes, their breath climbing over them in a shared cloud, and one keel on the cradles. She was one of the 4 that had burned out of this valley at the first going, come back down the road for the rest of her people, and her flanks carried 2 years of new patch plate over the old. Her master had been on the link since before light, and Rook had been pricing the man's nerves since the second sentence. "Say it plainly," Rook said into the link. "You want the burn today." "I want the burn while I still have a burn to give." The master's voice ran low and formal. Diaspora ferren, the old idiom gone a little ragged with 2 years among road-makers. The cradle feet iced in the night. My cells cold soak faster every hour she sits. Hold to tomorrow midday, and I lift on thinner margin than I have ever lifted on, with everything I love aboard. Rook turned from the board and found Maro across the field, at the long table by the fuel line, exactly where the work said Maro would be. The leader of the stayers had the day's load order spread under a stone and was moving crates on it with a stub of marker. Seed stock forward, machine cores aft, the berth house's last equipment case lashed at the door where it could come off first if mass ran over. 2 of the staying worked the line beside him, hauling on his word. Every few minutes, somebody from the queue came to the table with a thing too heavy to carry and too dear to leave, and Maro ruled on it, and the ruling stood. He had run the field like this for 9 days, the man who would not board a boat, deciding what flew. Rook put the master's problem in front of him, the way you put problems tomorrow. Numbers first. "He is right about the cold soak," Maro said, "and the far shore party is 9 people walking the Cape Road over land, because the sea has begun to close. They reach us by tomorrow's light, no sooner. So the question is whether 9 of mine wait on the margin of his, or his margin spends itself on 9 of mine." The marker went down. "Neither. Tell your pump keeper to run heat to the cradle feet from the plant." At the next station down the fuel line, the pump keeper straightened up out of an access pit, a big woman gone gaunt these 2 years, 2 crew left of the 5 she had once bossed. "The plant's banked to a stayer's load," she said. "That heat is the lamps, Maro. That heat is your winter. The lamps will spare it." "Say the rest," the pump keeper said. "Say it for the ones at the table." "It comes out of the staying," Maro said, to her, to the queue, to anyone on the field who cared to own a share of it. "The going does not owe it back. Run the heat." The pump keeper looked at him a moment longer, and then dropped back into the pit, and inside the hour, the frost on the cradle feet had gone to wet shine, and the master's voice on the link had settled from ragged to merely grim. Burn set for tomorrow midday. 9 walkers on the Cape Road, and a window that would hold if nothing else iced, broke, or lied. Rook worked the queue through the short gray day, weighing kit, striking mass, talking a terrace family out of a stone mill and into a bag of its worked flour, and the field watched him do it. The Ferren had watched him all 9 days. The Bone Ridge over the Survey Gray, the Reach Grammar in the roadmaker's mouth. 2 years ago on this field, the watching had been a question. Now it had a grain to it, like credit extended and not yet called. A month back, Rook had stood under a sky with nothing left in it at all. He kept that where he kept it, and kept the queue moving. Mid-afternoon, one of the staying came to the ramp. He was a terrace man, one of the 39 who had spoken for the sky, and Rook knew what the man's walk meant before the man knew it himself, because the man came kitless, at the pace of somebody leaving a room he means to claim he never sat in. At the rope he stopped, and stood with his hands at his sides, and did the thing Rook had been dreading someone would do for 9 days. He looked back across the field at Maro. Maro crossed to him. The field kept working, and every part of it tracked the 2 men at the rope. "The frost took my rows last night," the terrace man said. "The high rows, 40 years of my lines grafting, gone black in one dark." His voice stayed level, and his hands did not. "I said I would keep the sky with you. I find the sky is not what I was keeping." "Then go up," Maro said. Maro. "The rolls close at dusk. Amend your line in your own hand, and go up with the tree's seed in your pocket, and graft them into somebody's ground under somebody's sun." Maro took the rope down himself, and stood aside to let the man through. "The staying do not accuse the going. It was our law before it was mine to keep. Go on." The terrace man went through the gap like a man stepping off a ledge and walking on air he did not trust. Maro put the rope back, and returned to the load table, and moved the next crate on the order. And whatever the field had watched for, it had not got it. And the work went on. At dusk, the queue banked down for the night, and Rook was signing the day's mass over to the keel when Maro came up to the ramp's head with his coat collar standing and frost in the seams of his face. "Come to the yard," Maro said. "The rolls close tonight. There is a thing that must be done, and you are the man it must be done to." The speaking yard sat under the kindred's ribs, and the cold lamps were lit, 6 of them in a roofed hull space built to light 300. Rook had been in it twice at the first going, both times crowded to the plating, the air thick with breath and politics. Now the benches ran back empty into shadow, and the racks along the aft frames stood bare where Vess's record crates had waited out their copying, and the 38 sat in the front rows with their coats on. Nobody spoke over anybody. There was nothing left under the ribs to speak over. The book lay on the front bench. It was a ground book, board covers, the kind the terraces kept for seed and weather, swollen a little with 2 years of hands. Rook stood at the side, at the edge of the lamplight, and watched it travel the rows, each of the staying taking it in turn, finding their line, reading it, passing it on. Near the middle, a woman held it flat for an old man while he traced his own entry with one finger, nodded, and moved it along. Maro took it last, and stood, and the yard's law stood with him. Only the holder speaks. At the first going, 293 stayed on Ostry. His low pitch reached the empty benches at the back without effort, and made them emptier. The rolls of the second going close tonight. Hear the count. 236 go up, the last of them at tomorrow's burn. 19 are in Ostry's ground. A pause, no longer than the turning of a page. 38 keep the sky. One line in the book had been struck through that afternoon and rewritten below in the same hand, and Maro read the amendment aloud. The terrace man's name, spoken plainly, moved from the staying to the going with no more weight than any other entry. Then each of the staying spoke their own name from the bench, and their reason after it, 1 line each. And Rook stood in the lamp shadow while 37 names he had no map for went into the cold air one after another, in the low Farron pitch like soundings. The pump keeper was not among them. Her line was already written. Her reason, Rook gathered, had been 4 words long for 2 years. Maro wrote the last entries standing, against the kindred's rib, saying each name as his marker finished it, the custom of the birth-house kept by the man who had buried its keeper. Then the yard was done, and the 37 went out into the dark in 1s and 2s at a working pace, coats tight, as if the sky were no more than an early winter. Maro stayed. Rook came out of the shadow because there was nowhere left to stand that wasn't in front of him. "You were sent down with an offer," Maro said. "Give it, so it has been given. The captain holds a berth for you until the burn. Any berth aboard." Rook heard his own voice go careful. "His cabin, if the shape of it matters." Taken as spoken. Refused as spoken. Tell Aidan Locke the debt he thinks he owes me is not mine to collect. Maro turned from the rib, and the book was in his 2 hands, and he held it out. "This is for you." Rook did not take it. "I know what it is." "You do not yet, so hear it." Maro's voice stayed in the roll-reading pitch, formal, unhurried, and the lamps threw the bone ridge of his brow into shadow, the same ridge Rook thought that the field had been reading on him all 9 days. Every soul of the 293 is in this book, and what became of them. The going, hull by hull. The dead, with their places, the ground's own dead of these 2 years, and the boat that fell on the 4th morning, and the 2 who did not finish the climb. The staying, each name in its keeper's hand, each reason as his keeper spoke it. Odai's people will count the living. Your survey will count everything. And between those 2 counts, my dead become weather. The book came up an inch, an offer restated. Your survey has a ledger that cannot forget, and it will hold our numbers the way it holds freight mass. This one can burn, so it must be carried. Sethi has kept our rolls since before the first going, Rook said. He'd carry this like his own dead. He's 1 deck up, Maro. He is better at this. He would carry it as grief, and grief is honest, and grief is spent in a season, and earth is kind to it. No heat anywhere in it, a man reading soundings. Ravi Sethi would be comforted, and earth would take the book from him gently, and thank him, and shelve it with its tragedies. You they will have to look at. The gray on your shoulders will put this where earth cannot lose it. The ground in your face will not let earth make it comfortable. Every time you answer for us, earth will have to look at what is answering. The book came the last inch. Someone in Earth's uniform must carry this, or it is lost. Someone with the ground in his face must mean it, or it is furniture. I have not met both in one man before tonight. Rook looked at the board covers and not at Maro. 10 kilometers overhead, leashed to a berth and a seal, Vale's curve said the same thing this man had said 30 years running, in cleaner handwriting. It was not Rook's to say. It had not been his to say all 9 days. "You're spending my face," he said. "Yes," Maro said. The frost worked at the hull space seams, ticking. Somewhere out on the field, a cradle heater cycled. Rook took the book. It weighed what a seed ledger weighs. "When Earth asks what Ostry was," Maro said, "and Earth will ask once, politely, in a room with water on the table, answer from this, under your own mark, in the words that are written. Names first. Reasons as their keepers wrote them. Nothing shortened. And when Odai's people ask, read the dead aloud, and let the names be said where the living can answer them. That is the whole charge. It will be heavier next year than it is tonight." "I don't want it," Rook said. "I know," Maro said, and turned to the lamps and began putting them out. The last morning came up the color of a banked fire, and the light did not so much arrive as fail to go on leaving. The far shore party reached the field an hour after dawn, 9 walkers off the Cape Road, salt-stained and frost-burned. 2 of them carried the last kilometer by the other 7. The birthhouse's old equipment case came off the load to make their margin, on Maro's order, and nobody argued the trade. High over the burn line, the coalition's hulls flew the guard, the same silhouettes that had come down shooting at the first going, and Rook filed the queue up the ramp under their watch, with the day's cold shaking his hands and the book riding buttoned inside his jacket. The Dawnward came down the band as the last mass tallies closed. Ground, Dawnward, windows clean and it's yours, corridors yours to the mouth. A half-beat of carrier hiss, and then Dawes finished it in the tone another pilot would waste on luck. Up is up, kid. Bring them. The pump keeper came out of the plant house at mid-morning with her 2 crew, carrying nothing but their tool rolls. Behind her, section by section, the field lights went down, the long rows first, then the fuel line, then the ramp floods, until what was lit on Ostry was 1 keel, 1 ramp, and the lamps the staying would keep. At the foot of the ramp she stopped, and her face, when she turned, was a working face, nothing on it for anyone to use. "Plants banked," she said to Maro. "Lamps, the pump house, what the cradle heat left you. Don't run the dryers." "We won't." "The going has gone, Maro." The pump keeper shouldered her role. "My going is mine." "It was always going to be," Maro said, and the pump keeper went up the ramp at her working pace, and did not make anything of it, and that was the last of the 236. Rook closed the muster where he stood, 49 souls on the keel, the count of the second going complete, and passed the board to the master's mate, and there was nothing left on the field to weigh, strike, or argue. And still Maro stood at the romp foot with his collar up, seeing his people onto a boat he had spent 9 days loading and would not board. The staying had come down to the field's edge, all of them, standing along the dead fuel line in their coats. Not a ceremony. They stood the way people stand to see a boat off when the boat is the last one. "They'll ask me what you said." Rook stopped on the ramp's first plate, level with him. "On high reach. They'll want a line for the record." Maro looked past him, up the valley, where the frost had come down to the floor in the night, and the orchard rows ran black under the white. When the answer came, it was in the roll-reading voice, pitched to carry no further than the man it was for. "Tell them the going-out walks where the road runs, and they have made the whole sky road. I leave them no forgiveness." His eyes came back down to Rook, to the jacket over the book. "I leave them arithmetic." Maro turned and walked up his valley in the failing light, at a farmer's pace, a man going home at the end of a long day of work. Rook went up the ramp. The hatch swung and seated, and the dogs went over one at a time, another pair of hands helping his on the wheel, and the keel's old frame ticked and knocked around the 49 as the cradles released their preheat into her. In the webbing rows, the far shore walkers were already asleep. Across the aisle, a woman sat with her eyes shut and her lips moving, and under the rising cradle wine, Rook caught the shape of it, 10 for the burn, 9 for the road, 8 for the long fall, and then the burn took the count, and the keel went up Ostry with her whole weight shaking, the last of the 4, the last of the going. Through the port at his shoulder, the valley dropped away, the field, the dark plant house, the kindred's ribs under their roof, the white tide mark of the frost line, and the little constellation of lamps that was 38 people's winter, already hard to find against the ground. The keel climbed. Behind her, Ostry's sky went on dimming. Chapter 22. Counted Twice. The hold ran at night voice again. Ostry's day had come aboard with the lifted, whole, the practice unbroken by the second going. Lamps hooded through the hours before dawn. Speech kept under the sound of the pumps. Children asleep in rows between the lashed pallets. Sethi came down in that hour and sat on the mat at the end of the second row. One had been set out for him before the first junction, and no word had passed about it, and listened. 9 days of the rescue had left him a comwatch rasp and a right thumb that ached from the tally counter, and listening was still the job he trusted himself to do well, so he did it. The hold was fuller than the first transit, and quieter. Mothers took their children down to sleep in fewer verses than the rhymes he knew, and the verse that had gone missing every time, in every row, was 7 for the quiet. Dawn was a lamp. The oldest of the pump crew uncovered it at the aft bulkhead and carried it down the rows, and the names were said, one voice to each, eldest kin, in the deep Ostry pitch. 3 names that first morning, dead of the lift, a turned stone for each. And at the shrouds of the kinless the lamp stood its pause, and went on, and the day was allowed to begin. The count needed no book. 229 lifted, spread across everything that had flown. The keels, the coalition hulls, 2 freight bottoms with their holds hosed out and lined with matting, the berth house and the worst of the medical rolls aboard the Dawnward, where the bay's air could be trimmed toward Ostry's. 26 dead of the going, 8 with the pump station boat, 11 when the old hull broke its back in the queue, and 7 whom the lift had asked for one effort too many, the last of these 2 days out on the road. 38 under the sun, with Maro. In the dark of the hold, Sethi ran the sum against his knee, finger by finger, and it made 293, and he ran it again, and it made 293 again. 2 years ago, the sum had been 1,900, and it had come out even then, too. 372 in the early launches, 1,140 on the 4 keels, 51 in this hold, 44 dead of that going, 293 under the sun. Every line of a world census now carried a second entry, and some of the lines had been counted before. Tekka, up off the last keel a second time. Pilgrim families lifted out of the middle of their own pilgrimage. A people counted twice inside 2 years. The coalition had dead of its own out of the queue. Hulls, crews, a marshal pilot, and those went on somebody else's roll, in somebody else's pitch, and Sethi was glad, in a way that shamed him slightly, that they were not his to write. The field book rode in his breast pocket, unopened since the last keel lifted. The roll of the staying was in it, copied fair on the first transit, every name in his best hand, and behind the roll he had ruled off a section 2 years ago, headed it in Farron, and left it blank. On the second night of the transit, he took the book out under the hooded lamps and opened the ruled section, and wrote the first 3 names into it. And the night voice of the hold went on around him, and an old man passing between the rows touched the edge of his mat once, which is given among the Farron to a man doing a right thing that cannot be thanked. The berth house had come up on the second day of the queue. 41 struck names 2 years ago, fewer now, and the Dawnward sick bay had been retrimmed for them. Pressure up, the air thickened toward Ostry's mix, the lights taken down to the red end of the board. The keeper of the berth house had come up with her charges and her rolls, and, so far as Sethi could tell, had not slept since the marshalling point. She went down the line of cots with a flat, economical tenderness, and everything she needed she asked for in the old idiom, and the bay's courseman had learned to answer in it by the second watch, badly, and been corrected without mercy, and the correcting ran closer to warmth than anything else said in that compartment since the marshalling point. Among the cots was the sister of a woman Sethi had webbed pallets with on the first transit, the sister who had kept to the birth house since her birth, whose lungs were Ostry's, whose name had been struck from the rolls where the whole yard could hear it. She had come up on a stretcher board in the last hour of the last lift, and she died on the second day out, in the red hours before dawn, with the keeper's hand under her back and the borrowed air doing what it could. At the next dawn, the lamp came to her shroud, and the keeper stood at its head and said nothing, and the lamp went on. Her kin was ashore, 3 days down the road. When the day had started, a man of the pump crew came to the shroud and set a stone at its head from his own pocket, river flat, carried through 2 evacuations, and stood a moment with 2 fingers on it, and straightened, and went to the pumps. "A name is said once," the keeper said to Sethi at the hatch. "Hers belongs to her sister. I will bring it to her." She looked at his breast pocket, at the shape of the book in it. "You will walk behind me when I do. The sister will want it written, and she will want to watch the writing." 2 years ago, at their first dawn aboard, his hand had gone to that pocket out of 30 years of habit, and he had taken it back empty and been ashamed of it for the rest of the day. He said he would walk behind her. Tekka had come up on the last keel and crossed to the Dawnward at the marshalling point, and from the first junction of the transit, he stood at the small root plate by the hold ladder through the end of every watch, feet planted, arms folded, reading the road that was taking him off his world for the second time. The plate showed the corridor's spine running gold and thickening. The freight had given the rescue its 9 days and was now taking them back, the backlog clearing junction by junction. Sethi came to stand with him at the end of the middle watch and offered nothing, which with Tekka was now the only opening that worked. "Is the count finished, roadmaker?" The word had had delight in it once, on Ostry, in a yard where a boy had asked him for earth words, the way other boys ask for knives. It came out of the man flat, with an edge worked onto it. "It's finished." "Say the last column." 38. Tekka said it back, Farron first, then Earth's tongue, the 2 words the same size in his mouth, and neither of them the right size. His eyes stayed on the plate. Ostry's junction sat 1 hop north of the corridor's spine, its mark still gold. Proven, 5 generations of sky records under it, a settlement code, a beacon registry, still gold. "My grandmother had it from her grandmother," Tekka said, that the sky had been going out since the landfall generation, folk noise, stayers' talk. His arms stayed folded. "Your people put instruments on our sun for 2 years. What did Earth say?" Sethi had 2 answers, both true, and neither was his to hand across a hold ladder. He gave a third. "Earth called the finding contested. It wants further study." Study? Tekka let the word stand between them until it had finished meaning anything. Then he lifted his chin at the plate. "When the sun finishes, what does the road write?" The mark goes blank. Who is told? Anyone who looks at the plate. The pumps ran. Below them the hold worked through its hooded hours. Tekka's arms came unfolded, and he set both hands on the plate's rail like a man taking hold of a tool he intended to keep. "Teach me the plate," he said. "The legend, the letters, all of it. That's weeks. You have me until the settlement." His finger went to the corridor glyph. "Begin." They were an hour into the legend when Tekka stopped him on the small mark that rides the corner of every authenticated entry. This. A seal. The road keeps everything that is written into it. That's its law. There is no unwriting. But the seal says who wrote it. Beyond argument. for always. And Earth cannot strike it. The whole of Earth. No power on the network. Tekka looked at the little mark for a while, and Sethi let him. "Go on," Tekka said at last. "Next symbol." The settlement stood at the cold end of a long gray valley the diaspora had picked for its winters, and the boats went down through the morning of the fourth day. Odai met the boats with ground. At the ramp foot there were no tables and no queue. Households, one to each boatload, and Odai in front of them with 2 years more gray in him and the same low voice carrying the length of the field. Every sentence he gave the lifted was work or kin. You are with the fourth house. Its kiln is short-handed. Your cousin holds the west field. She has held your share of it 2 years. Go and take it off her. The stayers came down the ramps braced for something else. Charity or triumph or the word refugee in somebody's mouth, and were handed a tool or a name instead. The youngest of Maro's people came down the last boat of the morning, and the households were at the ramp foot for them first of all. There was not one of those sentences Odai could ever have had occasion to say before, and he said each one as if there had always been a form for it. Vesa came down off the second boat with the kindred's records cased in oiled cloth and carried them up the field to the record house herself, and would give the weight of them to nobody. At the far end of the ground, the coalition's boats put down, set out their share of the lifted, and went back up, and the Vere crews kept to their own end of the field the whole of the day. The kindred had gone out from Earth's harbor 120 years back and been lost, and Ostry had taken the survivors in. 5 generations to prove a world. 2 years to be lifted off it twice. In the evening, the keeper of the birth house went to a house at the settlement's edge with a name and a stone, and Sethi walked behind her. The woman was at her nets. She had a frame rigged at the house's end wall, the close Ostry weave half run across it, and she stood up from it when she understood what was coming up her path, and took the news in the old posture, hands folded, head up, while the keeper gave it to her plainly. Kept to the last, lifted at the last, dead on the road, the second day, before dawn, in air borrowed from home. The stone went from the keeper's hand to hers. Her thumb crossed it once. That was all the yard saw. Then she turned to Sethi. "Open the book." Sethi opened it to the ruled section and gave it to her, and she read down the column to her sister's name, and stood looking at the line. "It says, 'Dead of the going,'" she said. "It's the true column. Ostry kept her from her birth." The woman's voice stayed in the formal register and shook once inside it. The birth house struck her name where the whole yard could hear. She never chose a thing in her life, roadmaker, and at the end she went to the road on her back with her eyes open, right that she left. Sethi took the book back and wrote "lifted" against the sister's name, with the date and the hour of the lift, and left "dead of the going" standing under it, and turned the book so the woman could watch the one name carry both lines. The sum did not move. The book grew. The woman gave him the deep incline from a household to the road, and somewhere inside it, unsaid, was his own name. Then she put the stone in her apron and went back to the frame and took up the weave where it stood, and her hands were steady on the first knot and not on the second. Sethi went back down the path behind the keeper. In the morning, Odai walked the east edge of the settlement's field with a bundle of split stakes on his shoulder and a mallet, and set out a new row along the fence line. A name was cut into each stake, old orthography, the letters filled with kiln black. 37 of them had been cut in the record house overnight by whichever hands were steadiest. The stayers, now lifted, came out to watch, and some to keep the cord line straight, and a man of the orchard families put the question from the end of the row, whether the lamp would say the 38 come the dark. The lamp is for the dead. Odai drove a stake and stood it plumb with 2 taps. These are householders of this settlement, absent on their own ground. They are written in the settlement's book as holders. Their shares stand assigned, and any who ask after them will be told where they hold. He moved down the cord to the next mark. Sethi, bring me your roll before you lift. The book has its pages ruled already. Sethi brought it up within the hour and stood at the copyist's shoulder while the 38 names went across into the settlement's book, holders' pages, present and absent alike, Odai reading each line as it dried. The 38th stake Odai had cut himself, and the name on it was in his own knife hand. He set it at the head of the row and drove it, and pressed the cut earth flat around it with his foot, and gathered up the mallet and the spare cord, and went back across his field like a man at the end of a working day. The boats came back up empty by dusk of the second day, and the Dawnward broke orbit that night. The next morning, the survey bay's lights were still on from the night before. Ostry's sun was coming apart across Vale's boards in log scale, the rescue's measured points riding a curve drawn 2 years earlier, point after point going down onto the line and staying there, the fit so close that from the hatch the 2 plots read as one drawing. Vale sat in front of it with her back straight and her coffee gone over to room temperature at her elbow. Against the model Earth had licensed the corridor on, Ostry's sun was a generation early. Against the curve filed 2 years ago under Vale's seal, it had kept its appointment almost to the year. Sethi put the field book open on the bench beside her, the ruled section up. Your numbers, he said. These are the names that go with them. Lifted, dead of the going, of the staying, annotated in their words, not summarized in mine. Vale turned from the boards. She read the section through, page by page, one-handed, and once, low on the second page, her finger stopped under a line and moved on. 26, she said. 26. And 38 on the ground. Under the sun, yes. She closed the book on the bench and kept her hand flat on the cover. You were right, Sethi said. 2 years ago. Right in the regime, right almost to the year. I thought someone should say that to you in a room, out loud, before. He left it there. The fit is inside the error bars, Vale said. Her eyes went back to the boards, to the 2 lines lying on each other all the way down the collapse. Then she pulled the chain over her head, the gray survey seal turning once at the end of it, and closed her hand around the seal, and stood up from the plate. Chapter 23. Under Her Seal. Vale stood with the seal in her hand, and the board still lit behind her, the 2 vines lying on each other down the whole length of the collapse, and she did not put the chain back on. The chain hung from her fist. She had been at the board since the Dawnward broke orbit off Ostry. 2 watches, then a third, then a fourth she had stopped counting. The forward boom scrolling its slow calibration trace to nobody, the plate gone cold under her forearms. The night watch had the bay to itself. Somewhere aft a pump changed pitch and held it. The survey ring ran quiet around her, most of it asleep. The reach outside the hull loading through the dark as it loaded through the day. Vale turned the hooded lamp down a stop, sat, and began. The reach lived in the ship's memory in 100 separate custodies, and she spent the dark hours drawing them into one. The analysis she had filed at High Reach 18 months back, received, called contested, shelved. She pulled whole, every baseline down to the Farron founder logs, and set it first. Under it, she laid the corridor's own bookkeeping. The freight tonnage the board published every quarter. The exposure history one junction over from a dying sun. The cause written in Earth's own hand and signed by nobody. Under that, the entry she had authenticated in a sky with no stars in it. The end state of her curve. An old network run to its end eons before Earth's first seam. Logged under her seal where the Null had asked for a witness and offered nothing to explain. And last, Ostry. The measured points of the failing sun going down onto the 2-year line and staying there. The fit so close that from the hatch the plots read as one drawing. The starless sky entry had taken a guided passage to reach, and whatever Vale spent to buy that passage, which she had never asked, and the crew had come back from the place unable to describe it the same way twice. Vale had come back with a data point, logged, sealed, the far end of a line she had drawn 2 years before she ever saw where it ran. She had needed the point. Now she was spending that too. None of it was Ostry alone. That was the part the board would like least and could break least. The model did not track a sun's age, or a route's traffic totals, or where a system sat on anyone's chart. It tracked exposure history, the cumulative load a bottleneck it carried, and the damage followed the load and not the tonnage. Concentration, not sums. Ostry stood as the sharpest point on the curve because the corridor's throat ran a junction from its light. It was not the only point. The quiet systems she had folded in as controls sat exactly where an honest curve put them, off to the side, untouched, holding the line down from the far end. She reduced the 2 observation epochs to 1 reference frame, and carried the 120 years between them on the mast's own calibration, so that no examiner could ever say the instruments had drifted the finding into being. Then she checked it, and it held, and she stopped being able to make it not hold sometime before dawn. Filed, each piece of it. Filed was a category she had learned the hard edges of. A thing filed could be received and shelved and called contested by a board that had done all 3 and licensed the corridor anyway. Filed was not finished. Vale had filed it once already, in a clean office over Earth, into a man's own hand, and held the receipt, sealed and dated, that said the work had been received. She had spent the year after it birthed through the refit, her credentials pending and the finding pending, everyone unfailingly courteous. Received was not read. Read was not acted on. She had learned the whole ladder of ways a true thing could be held without ever once being denied, and filed sat on the bottom rung of it. Now she began binding them so none of it could be received and shelved a second time. Provenance was the only weapon she had left, and she made it exact. Every reading bonded to the instrument that took it, every instrument's custody traced back unbroken, the whole chain running down to the reference sample the old receiver mast had held for 4 years before it went to yard stores. Silva's mast, kept 17 years past its rating by a man who trusted no calibration he had not watched drift for himself, who had given every instrument on the ship the same flat verdict and been right about most of them. The sample would answer to the mast when someone ran the 2 against each other, and it would answer to the 3rd decimal, and no one had ever yet talked their way past the 3rd decimal. She built the package so that a hostile examiner with a year and a grudge would find every handle already gripped and answered inside the seal. Sethi's field book lay open on the bench where he had left it, the ruled section up, the names in his careful hand, lifted, dead of the going, of the staying, each in the words the households had used and not summarized into his. 293. Vale had no standing to enter another man's ledger into her own, so she referenced it instead, bonded the count to his custody, left his seal to follow if he chose to give it. The number would carry into the record with the rest. The names stayed his to say. Near the end of the watch the package was whole, and one thing remained to do to it. Vale turned the seal over. Gray, survey issue, the edge worn where 12 years of her thumb had crossed it. The road kept everything written into it. There was no unwriting. That was the law, the whole worth of the record. But the seal named the author beside the mark, beyond argument, for always. No power on the network could strike it. Not the survey, not the board, not the whole of Earth standing on it with both feet. Which was the price, stated to the decimal. A seal spent on the open ledger under an unsanctioned finding ended the career that issued it inside a day. She had watched it done to smaller people for smaller things. And her name, once on that record, stopped being something the survey could govern. No review would reach it. No shelf would hold it. No courteous letter would file it pending further study. She would make herself into a mark that could not be struck. The one place left to stand where the work could not be thinned to a line in an annex and lived with in a year. At the end, she set her seal to the package. The string resolved under the Dawnward's crest, small and neat, her authentication beneath it in the plain type the record used for everyone. N. Vale. The right went to the queue and stopped there. The ship's long-range comm had run under command discipline since the coalition fringe. Every outbound word held, flagged, released by the captain, or not sent at all. Vale queued the package for the open ledger, and let the flag climb to command, and left it there for command to answer. One control stood between the finding and the network now, and it was in Locke's hand. A flag would have reached him on the bridge inside a minute. He could have killed it from the command chair without standing up, a single denial, and the right would sit in the queue until it aged out and died. The bay hatch opened 20 minutes later, which meant he had come the length of the ship in the dark to do it in the room. Down through the sleeping mess, past the engine room where Silva's daybook still hung on its nail, along the survey ring to her hatch. Locke stood in the hatch. He had the command slate in his hand and the release flag live on it. Vale could read the amber of it across the bay. He had always stood when she came into a room, some courtesy he had given up trying to shed. It was her bay now, and he stood in the hatch of it, and neither of them made anything of the reversal out loud. "You've read it," Vale said. It was not a question. The boards had been lit for 4 watches, and he ran the same plots she did. 3 times. Locke had not slept either. It was in his face, the gray of a man who had run her plots as many times as she had and got the same answer off every one of them and gone looking, in his own idiom, for the variance that would let him route it slower and call the routing care. There was no such term for him either, and she could see him not finding it. Vale had come ready for the argument. He had a version of it she respected. She had watched him build it on the run home 2 years ago, 1 reason and then 6, talking himself past his own doubt while she set her answers down one at a time. She had the answers ready again, drafted in the dark alongside the package, each in its place. She waited for the first reason. It did not come. Locke looked at the 2 lines running down together on the boards, to the point where Ostry's son stopped, and he looked a long while, the way a man looks at a thing he has already lost the argument with. He looked at the amber flag in his hand. Then he cleared the hold. His own order, the discipline he had set at the fringe, the thing that had held every word off the ship for a month, he lifted it himself, and the flag on the slate went from amber to the plain green of a calm released. "It's off discipline," he said. "The send's yours." Locke set the slate on the bench, release side up, and put no authentication of his own beneath hers. Vale understood it without his explaining. A captain's countersign would have made it the ship's finding, reviewable, a thing the survey owned a share of and could be leaned on to reconsider. Under her seal alone, it belonged to no one who could be leaned on. He was leaving it entirely hers, clearing the pipe, and keeping his name off the record where nothing could be pinned to it and slowed. For a moment, neither of them moved. The last time she had stood over this finding with him, in the office over Earth, she had asked for his countersign, and he had refused it, to keep the survey good, and he had been right about every way it could break the survey, and she had told him to note her objection in the routing record, formally, and left. He had refused her then. He had come the length of the ship this time and cleared his own hold and put his name nowhere. Locke looked at the field book open on the bench, the ruled section up, and let it lie. "Send it when you're ready, Doctor," he said, and went. The green flag lit Oversight's board the moment he cleared it. Vale had counted on that. It was the one variable she had entered with confidence. Halden came in at the change of the watch with her plate already live. Oversight held a standing tap on the science output. Every finding the bay produced crossed her board before it crossed anyone else's. That was her power, and she had used it for 4 months without once pretending it with anything softer than what it was. A major ledger write queued under a science officer's seal and off every sanctioned line would have lit her monitors like a fault on the ring. Vale had entered her into the model as a certainty. The woman had filed one formal objection already, at the null passage, courteous, complete, every clause built to survive aboard, the most reasonable document Vale had ever been the subject of. She would file a second now. The provision existed, and Halden knew it to the subclause. Any officer who found the work wrong might write that finding beside the mark, under her own seal. Permanent, traveling, with the entry as long as the entry stood, the oversight objection that turned a proven finding into a disputed one, and handed every hostile reader a place to set the knife. It was the process protecting itself, and Halden believed in the process the way Vale believed in variance, not as a comfort, as a fact about the world. They had spent 4 months disagreeing in the only language either of them fully trusted, a citation against a residual, a term of reference against a control region. Halden had won most of the exchanges, inside the rules, and lost none of them on the numbers, because on the numbers there had never been anything to win. She had granted Vale the data every time and denied her the door every time, and both had been within terms, and neither had cost the woman a minute's sleep that Vale could ever detect. "You've queued it," Halden said, "under my own seal. It doesn't need your cosign. It isn't going to get it." "No." Halden set the plate on the bench beside the command slate. The objection form stood open on it. Vale could read the fields from where she sat, the citation already entered in Halden's hand, drafted on the way down through the ship. "It doesn't need mine." Halden did not touch the form again. She turned to the boards instead, to the 2 lines running down together into the dark where Ostry's son had been, and she read them once, exactly, for herself, as she read everything that came through her. In 4 months, Vale had never caught her wanting a number to be other than it was. And there was the trap in it, laid out on the plate in Halden's own hand. The form asserted a finding of error. That was the only shape an oversight objection came in. The head field read as it always read. The undersigned, having reviewed the work, finds cause to dispute it. And under it, a box for the cause, and the box was where the lie would have to go. To send it, Halding would have to certify the work was wrong, set her seal to a false custody note, the one thing Vale had never once seen her do in 4 months of infuriating, scrupulous, exact refusals. She had drafted the objection on the reflex of the job and carried it down here to file it, and then she had read the curve, and the curve was right, and there was no true objection left in her to enter. The pumps ran aft. Haldane read the collapse curve for a long while, the drafted objection standing live on the plate at her hip, one input from the permanent record. Vale kept her hand off the send and let her read it. She had never in her life committed a data set she knew to be short a term, and she was not going to start by rushing the one variable she had built the whole night around. Haldane straightened. She picked up the plate, closed the form without sending it, and the field went dark under her thumb. Oversight has nothing to enter, Haldane said. Regulation voice, flat, exact. The same voice she had refused the Ostry study in. The same one the objection would have gone out in. She took her plate to the hatch and stopped there with a hand on the frame, where Vale herself had stood 18 months ago, telling a man to note her objection formally, into a record where it had changed nothing at all. Then Haldane went and filed none of it, and the silence would travel beside the mark as long as the mark stood, which was for always. Vale sat with the send under her hand, and the one variable she had been sure of came back to her with no category to put it in. She could read the mechanism, the form, the false certification, the honest woman who would not sign it. Why a true believer chose to let the thing she served be proven wrong in front of the whole reach rather than lie once to protect it, Vale could not measure, and did not try to. It was the exception. She had built a life on respecting the exceptions. The bay was hers again. The command slate lay release side up on the bench. Haldane's plate had gone with her. Both the people who could have stopped it had come and gone and stopped nothing. Vale looked at the package a last time, the finding, the load, the starless sky, the failing sun, the provenance running unbroken down to a mast in yard stores. Sethi's count bonded in under his own custody, her own seal on all of it, and she went looking, out of 12 years' habit, for the variance that would let her put it down and wait for a cleaner data set. It was not there. It had never been there. Data did not ripen. It only aged, and the corridors loaded while it aged, and Ostry sun was out. At 0541 ship's time, she entered the send. The package left the Dawnward on the long-range comm and went out to be checked against every copy of itself in the sky. On the bay repeater, the entry stood pale a moment, provisional, unresolved, while the network ran its handshakes, each node bonding its custody to hers, the provenance answering clean everywhere it was tested. A junction at the mouth confirmed, and then one behind it, and then a run of them too fast to count. Then the mark went gold. It went gold on the repeater under her hand, and on the survey plate, and on the navigation feed where the corridor anchors ran their strings of light. And past the hull it went gold on every plate that carried the ledger, the license junctions, the freight bottoms queued at the mouth, the coalition relays, the route heads at high reach where the morning crowd would pass it without breaking stride, the one entry resolving on all of them inside the same minute, proven, provably hers, past unwriting by any power on the network. Under it, in the plain type the record kept for everyone, the attribution held. N. Vale. The confirmations kept coming in behind it. Junctions she had never stood at and never would, each answering the provenance and adding its own custody to hers, long after the mark had gone gold. Vale sat with the boards lit gold in front of her for a while. Then she put the chain back over her head, the spent seal against her, and went down through the sleeping ship to find Sethi, to tell him his count was on the record now, in a place where his people could read it. Chapter 24. What the Machine Says. The mark was on every plate on the bridge when Locke took the morning watch, and it was the same mark on all of them. Route schematic, data appendix, collapse curve, attribution, seal. Gold. The navigation plot carried it beside the corridor anchors. The comms board carried it under a queue that had gone past anything the Dawnward's protocols had a color for. The survey repeater by the hatch, which nobody had touched since Ostry, carried it across a dead channel like a lamp left on in an empty house. The attribution line was in the plain type the ledger used for everything. N. Vale. Dawes had the watch list up and had stopped assigning priorities from it. 200 hails since middle watch, he said. Every master in the Reach wants a word with a survey hull this morning. Half of them to thank us, half to ask how thick our plating is. Anything from the mouth? Freight's thinning. 9 cancellations on the public schedule since midnight. Route houses pulling hulls they'd have gone to law over last week. Dawes widened the plot with 2 fingers. And the board found its voice. 2 years of in due course, and the record prints one thing they don't like. Enough. It came out harder than the remark deserved, and Locke let it stand, which was worse. Dawes looked at him a moment, put the cue back up, and took the next hail. Locke stood the watch to its end and answered the hails that had cargo and crews behind them. The masters wanted the same thing in different orders. Confirmation, instruction, somebody in a uniform to say it aloud. A woman running a 4-hull grain convoy out of the Mouthside Junction got him last. Family crews, children's voices somewhere behind the pickup. No offense meant to your cartographer, Captain, she said, but everything we have is on this road. Is it true? It's true, Locke said. It's ours, and it's true. The channel stayed open with nothing in it for a moment. Then what do I do with 4 hulls and that thing on my plate? I don't know, Locke said. I'm sorry. The master cut the channel without signing off, which was its own answer. By the end of the watch, the schedule had lost 3 more sailings, and the first coalition relay had begun repeating a broadcast under the Vare mark, junction to junction, on a loop that did not vary by a word. The crew had it on the mess wall plate by the second day. Locke came down off watch and stood at the back and let it play through. They had earned the hearing, and it was coming through every relay in the Reach whether he stood there or not. Raid's voice was level, formal, unhurried. He might have been reading a manifest. My name is Ansel Raid. Your freight advisories carry it as a warning. Keep the word if it serves. It cost Earth nothing, and me a great deal. I am not going to tell you what is killing the frontier skies. I am not qualified. Earth has agreed for years that I am not qualified, always courteously. Read the mark instead. It is gold. Gold is not my word, and it is not Earth's. It is the machine's, and the machine belongs to nobody, which is the only reason any of us trust it. One cartographer, Earth's own instrument. Read the dates inside the entry. The measurements are older than the road, taken before the first license was drawn, and you heard nothing of them until she spent her own seal to show you. Ask why that was. Exhibit 1. Ostry. 1,900 people when the surveys came. 293 who stayed, and the road was licensed anyway. Tonight, their sun is going out ahead of every schedule Earth ever published, exactly as her numbers say it must. There is no Exhibit 2. You are standing in it. My wife is buried on a wheat world 1 junction off your gold lanes. My son beside her. I had no proof, and I was priced accordingly. She had proof. Now you hold it too. The coalition keeps berths open at every junction. Bring your haul, or take it home, and ask Earth what else is under seal. Either way, look. That is all I have ever asked anyone to do. The loop ended and began again, and somebody at the front shut it off. The mess emptied slowly, the off-watch crews going out quieter than they'd come in. Sethi stayed. His ledger was open on the table in front of him, the resettlement rolls, the new section, the one he'd hoped never to head, and the stylus lay across a page stopped partway down. 200 families are going to get that broadcast on the resettlement relay, he said, with his fleet's mark on it. They haven't buried anyone, Aiden. There's nothing to bury. There's a list, and I'm still writing it. I know. He is not wrong. Sethi said it the way a man tests a rope he doesn't trust. I've turned the argument 9 ways, and it doesn't come apart anywhere. Ostry proves what he says it proves. And the first the diaspora hears of their dead being evidence is a fleet relay naming them Exhibit 1. He looked at the dark wall plate. I'm still writing the names. He might have waited until I'd finished. Locke stayed at the table until Sethi took up the stylus again. It was the only answer he had, and he gave it as long as the watch allowed. Off watch, the thing Vale had left on the bench the night before the ship went off the line came back to him with a number on it now. He had taken the ship 3 weeks off the chart to buy the far end of her curve, and the far end had done everything he'd gambled on it. It stood on every plate in the reach this morning, gold, passed on writing. 26 had died of the going at Ostry. 7 of them because the lift asked 1 effort too many, in a rescue that had come down to hours. 3 weeks he had not spent within reach of that sun, set against a going measured in days. He ran it the way he ran weather, and it would not resolve. He could not make it come out clean. He could not make it come out guilty. There was no term that let him lay the 3 weeks against the 26 and call the account closed, the same term he'd hunted for on a carpeted passage over Earth and never found. He had chosen the proof over the days. The proof might yet save the next world's stairs. The 26 were still 26, and 3 of them were still going into the book in the next compartment under Sethi's hand, and no one would ever be able to tell him which part of the trade had cost nothing. Earth's answer came in 3 directives across 2 days, each under the full seal of the Standards and Provenance Board, each addressed to Survey Oversight NV Dawnward. The first asked for context, a complete account of the circumstances attending the entry's authentication, data provenance, custody of instruments, and any material irregularity in the conduct of expedition personnel. Halden answered it within the watch. Her reply ran to a page of certified custody records and carried 1 attachment, the Ostry collapse curve, complete, unannotated. They asked for context, she said, when Locke raised it in the wardroom. It seemed to me to be the context. The second directive came a day behind the first and asked her to identify the mechanism by which the entry might be withdrawn pending review. There isn't one, Halden said. She had the regulation up on her plate, and she hadn't needed to look for it. Withdrawal is not a property the ledger has. It writes forward. It has never written back. The record's whole worth is that nobody, holding any key, for any reason, can make it unsay a thing. I cited them the provision that does exist. Annotation. Any chair who finds the work wrong may write that finding beside her mark, under his own seal, permanently. She turned the plate so Locke could read her citation, exact to the subclause. It has been 2 days. No chair has written. Will they? Would you? The third directive arrived overnight and was addressed to the expedition rather than to her. All further Sable data to route through board channels pending review. The finding sub judice. Its publication preempting due process, noted with concern. Data obtained off sanctioned survey lines subject to separate proceedings. It was drafted in a different hand from the first two. Every sentence built to be read later in the best light available. Attached for the attention of the commanding officer was a personnel notice. Dr. N. Vale, survey scientific credentials suspended pending board review, expedition data access withdrawn. Nothing in it required his signature. Notices never did. On the plot beside it, her mark stood as it had stood for 5 days. Suspension was a property of the survey. Gold was a property of the record. And somewhere under Highreach, in the board's own registry, a docket had sat sealed for the better part of 2 years with a received date on it that could not be argued with either. Locke had been in the office the morning it went across. He had watched the display turn to face him, sealed, time-marked, authenticated. Nobody alive or after us can say it was not received. It had been armor when Renwick said it. Every property of the machine had held. The sentence had changed sides. Renwick's voice arrived on the 5th day, 211th in the inbound queue, between a tariff advisory and the lane weather digest. The header said it had been recorded at 0412 Highreach Civil Time, 2 days before it arrived. Voice only. The office never sent voice only. Aiden, you'll have the board's traffic by now. I won't add to it. 3 things and then I'll let you get on. The board convened yesterday. All 7 chairs, sitting together, nothing delegated. The review will now, of course, proceed urgently. A pause, and a cup set down somewhere off the pickup. I told you once that its calendar couldn't be hurried without spending the instrument's worth. I am not saying anything different now. Urgency is also a thing the chairs are free to choose. They have chosen it. That is the process, working. Second, the board's examiners drew your old mast up out of yard stores yesterday morning. I went down and stood in the yard while they crated it. Someone from the expedition seemed owed the site, and you are all a long way out. Custody unbroken since it was struck. The record whole. The full 4 years. They ran her reference sample against it before the crate was off the trolley. The recording carried the sound of the yard for a moment. Gantry traffic. Somebody calling a clearance. It says what she said, Aiden, to the 3rd decimal. I am told the 3rd decimal is the part that ends arguments. Third, you will be asked, you and I both, when this office first held the finding. I will answer exactly. Docket, seal, date. I built that docket so that nobody after us could say it was not received. It has kept every property I gave it. I read her entry the night it authenticated and again at 4 this morning, because I woke and it wouldn't leave me be. I tried to get a finger between her numbers and I could not do it. I never could. That is the only thing I have that the board doesn't own. She may have it, if you judge she'd want it. Come home by the middle lanes. They're lit the whole way now. The message ended there. The office always signed off. The man had not. Locke played it twice. The warmth was all still in it. What had gone was the size. In the office over Earth, that voice had filled the room, and the room had been arranged so that it could. Out here, it was 4 minutes in a day's queue, arriving 2 days behind everything it described. He wrote 3 answers and deleted 2. The one he sent said, "Received." The mast was Silva's instrument. It was always going to say what it heard. "We'll take the middle lanes." On the evening watch, he went down to the survey bay. Vale was running calibration on the forward boom. Dark watch work she didn't have to be doing. The trace scrolling slow and green across her plate. "The examiners pulled the mast," Locke said from the hatch. "Yesterday, at high reach. Custody unbroken. The records whole." Vale kept her eyes on the trace. And, "The examiners pulled the mast," Locke said from the hatch. "Yesterday, at high reach. Custody unbroken. The records whole." Vale kept her eyes on the trace. And, "They ran your reference sample against it with the crate still on the trolley. It agrees to the 3rd decimal." The trace scrolled. Somewhere aft, a pump changed pitch and steadied. "It was a good instrument," Vale said. "Silva kept mast spares 17 years past spec. Tell whoever crated it to mind the feed horn. It sits proud of the frame." "I'll tell them." He stayed in the hatch a moment longer. There was one more thing he had been given to pass on, and standing there, he decided it would keep. "Good night, Doctor." "Good night, Captain." By the 6th day, the plot had stopped looking like a survey chart and started looking like a weather map, junction by junction, with the pressure falling everywhere at once. Coalition berths showed full at every junction that had them. At the mouthside yards, freighters stood in queue for defensive fits nobody would name on an open schedule, hulls that had never carried anything harder than a cargo seal, waiting on work that was all one kind of work. 2 survey advisories went out in a single watch. Earth flag traffic to convoy at the corridor spine, independent masters to log route intentions before departure. The 2nd advisory had never been issued in the corridor's history. It was complied with by almost nobody. Dawes read the formations. 6 berths at the mouthside junction, 4 flying the coalition's mark. None of the 4 are freighters. Rook read the rest of it. "The coalition arming is old news," he said. "It's the grain families that matter. People who live on margins don't buy armor. Armor is dead mass. It's cargo you can't sell. When they start fitting it anyway, they've decided what the road is now. Nobody out here is waiting for the board." The hail came at the edge of the mouthside approach, from a picket of 2 hulls holding station where the freight marshals used to sit. Ex-salvage, Dawes said, refitted clean and flying the coalition mark in the open. The transmission was brief and in clear. "Survey Dawnward. You're known to the coalition. The road is yours to the mouth. Nobody else under your flag behind you gets that word." Dawes sent the acknowledgement and took his hand off the board. "Politest gun that's ever been pointed at me," he said. Locke held the middle of the lane. Ahead, the corridor ran for home, licensed and lit, route gold the whole way. Behind, the reach was fitting armor to grain hulls around a finding that had gone out under Earth's own seal architecture, on Earth's own machine. On every plate from the mouth to the dead sky over Ostry, under relay marks Earth didn't own, the record went on showing the one entry nobody could take back. Chapter 25. Both Roads. The interchange had grown a second ring since the outbound leg. Bare alloy, seams unpainted, bolted onto the civil side of a junction that had been a survey mark and a fuel barge when the Dawnward first fixed it to the charts. Now the dock queue ran 11 deep, and traffic control put the ship in a holding lane like any other licensed caller and asked her business in the voice of a clerk with a full morning. Wells flew the launch across at midday with a spares docket and brought Rook because the junction was his ground and neither of them said so. Rook watched the new ring come up in the glass and priced it out of habit. 2 exits on the civil side where there used to be one. A customs pontoon that hadn't existed. Gun tubs along the fresh ring, empty, but plumbed and wired. Somebody was waiting on guns. Chandler first, Wells said, then the node handshake, then out. I told Dawes an hour. You told Dawes 2. I told him 2 so we'd make 1. The concourse had doubled with the ring, and half its far wall was a ledger plate. The reachable network in light, the sable edge of it braided thick with licensed gold. At the head of the sable routes sat the mark the whole reach was choosing sides over. Gold, authenticated, accession type with a cartographer's name at the foot where any dockhand could read it. 8 days it had hung there. Nobody had taken it down. Nobody could. Under the plate, the junction had sorted itself into 2 queues. Nearest the docks stood the coalition's table. No colors, no crest, a propped slate running the Ostry feed on a loop, and a second slate for names. The queue for it went back past the chandlery row. Dockhands, a tug crew still in harness, a broker who kept looking from the feed to his own boots and back to the feed. At the far end of the concourse sat the transit desk. Earth's license, Earth's prices, passage on the road the goldmark said was killing suns, and a queue for that too, longer and slower because the living needed the road and every soul in the line could read. Between the two, the interchange had hired a watch of its own. Armbands, batons, no flag on either. Whoever won the road, the ring meant to be standing and paid when it was over. The Chandler's was Union. A survey flag hung behind the counter that hadn't been there 3 months ago, and a man stood on the door who hadn't been needed then. The counterman clocked the gray first and the face second. Most managed it the other way round, and waved them forward past a row of coalition scrip. Survey to the front. Rook went to the front. The signing queue watched him do it, sidelong, the whole length of the row. Wells worked the docket. Filter stacks, a feed regulator, lamp cells. The counterman bagged and tallied and talked. Convoys had bought out his shelves twice since the mark went up. Nobody crossed the fringe alone anymore. Escort fees were posted on the board by the door, should the survey be asking. We're not, Wells said, pleasant, and thumbed the docket across. On the way back down the row, the woman at the signing table straightened up from her slate. A pilot's burn along one cheekbone. Reach vowels, brisk as a tally. Officer, table's open to survey, especially to survey. I'm on a docket, Rook said. Ostry was on a docket. The concourse kept its noise. Heat came up under Rook's sternum, fast. He stepped in instead of walking on and set his voice under the range she'd pitched hers for. Were you in the queue there? A beat. No. I was. Mind how you spend it. Half her queue had skies of their own to fear for. He knew that before he'd finished saying it. By the chandlery corner, the heat had gone, and what was left was closer to shame, and he kept walking anyway. At the transit desk, a Farron woman waited with a boy's hand in hers, broad through the shoulders, skin with its slate dust. The wide, dark eyes made for a dimmer light than the concourse ran. The boy stared at Rook's brow the frank way children stare. The woman read the ship's patch of his shoulder instead. You were at the lifts, she said. Lo, the old formal drift on it. Yes. Her eyes went down the row to the signing table and its looping feed, then came back to the desk and its tripled fare, and she stayed where she stood, in Earth's queue, her boy's hand in hers. Rook nodded once and took the crate handle from Wells before Wells could argue about it. They had the node handshake logged and the crate on the launch dolly when a dock runner found them. The coalition cutter on Ring 2 sent its respects and asked for Officer Rook by name at the bond store, at his convenience, which meant now. Wells set her end of the crate down. Want company? Better not. I'll load, she said. Don't buy anything. The bond store ran back from the dock office in racked aisles, sealed crates to the ceiling, one lamp in 3 lit. Severin waited at the far end with his hands loose at his sides. A single escort stood at the shutter, armed, still. Officer Rook, thank you for coming down. Rook stopped where the aisle gave him both the shutter and the side door. Severin marked him doing it and moved nothing at all. 3 things, Severin said. I'll be exact. You're always exact. First, the table on your concourse. 70 days ago I made you an offer, and you gave me an answer I assumed you'd outgrow. Look at the queue on your way back to your launch. I didn't fill it. Your board filled it. They buried a number. The number came true 1 junction off their own corridor, and every hull at this ring watched it happen on an open feed. The Reach isn't choosing us, officer. It's leaving you. Rook said nothing. On the floor between them sat somebody's bonded freight, stenciled Mercer Yards, and Severin's boot rested a handwidth from the crate and left it alone. Second, the offer stands. Not for your face. Your board will never say that to you, so I will. For the lifts. You flew the ground queue at Ostry, and I watched you fly it. When you say what you saw there, the Reach will believe you, in a gray coat or out of one. There is a seat at any table we own. And third, Rook said, Maro's book. The lamp hummed above the racks. The lift crews saw him hand it to you, Severin said. 293 names. The Reach keeps its own dead, officer. Give the book to us, and those names go up at every junction from the fringe to the mouth. Read aloud, kept lit, owed to no process. No board files them under further study. He didn't give them to the Reach. He gave them to a face the Reach could love. He had a valley full of faces he loved. Rook heard his own voice drop, and let it. Odai's people were overhead. Your fleet was on the band. He could have flagged any hull in it. He put the book on a survey officer, and then he stood there and watched it go up the ramp to make sure it went. You want me to correct him? Severin looked at him the way a man looks at a sum that has come out other than he priced it. Then he inclined his head, 1 degree of courtesy. Then carry it where he aimed it, a beat. And when the gray asks you to set it down, a board will ask, officer. It is what boards are for. The table will still be standing. That's the third thing. Severin came up the aisle past him, unhurried, and the shutter light caught the strip laminated to his forearm guard as he went. A sky chart, hand-ruled, star figures in an old projection. Rook knew the Reach's skies by their charts, the licensed and the unlicensed both. Not that one. Nobody flew to that one anymore. The escort followed Severin out, and the bond store went back to being crates. The Dawnward cleared the interchange before the next watch, inbound for the mouth with 4 days of Reach left to cross. The open band carried the sorting the whole while. Convoy call-ups at the fringe junctions, hulls pooling escort by tonnage. A joint letter from the corridor masters, full confidence in the standards and provenance board, names appended, and 3 masters Rook had drunk with on the outbound leg missing from the names. A dockmaster at one of the fringe rings read his junction's declaration for the coalition onto the open band himself, all 4 minutes of it, and wished the corridor traffic safe roads at the end of it, like a man closing a bar. The same signing table stood at every junction from the fringe to the mouth now. The band said so, and for once the band was underselling. Earthside News rode the relays a day stale. At High Reach, the ship's old receiver mast had come out of bond, and its 4-year fault archive had gone into the open record and agreed with Vale's mark to the digit. The master's letters had got shorter since. Every survey hull in the mouth queue was flying its pennant lit, all of them, and the band carried no order for it. Ship's watches ran ordinary because Locke kept them ordinary. The survey line closed out, instruments stowed by the book, the last nodes handshaken and logged. On the second night out, off watch, Rook took the book from his kit locker and sat with it at the bay terminal. Board covers, ash-marked, a waxed cord tie. Inside, names in a plain, upright hand, and after each name, its disposition, entered to the last day the light allowed. He had read it through twice on the transit from Ostry, and both times had to quit somewhere in the middle pages. He keyed the expedition's receiving record and entered it, correctly, itemized. Item: 1 ledger, paper, single volume, board covers. The Stayers of Ostry, 293 names, with dispositions in Maro's hand. Received D90 at the last lift, Ostry surface, from Maro, of Ostry, into survey keeping. Entered by the receiving officer, Rook, survey officer, NV Dawnward. 20 days between the receipt and the entering. The form had no field for that. A seat at any table in the Reach, and the Reach was the only ground that had ever fitted his feet. Severin would have read the names at every junction and meant every one of them. Maro had stood in a queue of every one he loved, with a fleet overhead and the whole Reach to choose from, and put the book on a gray coat and watched it up the ramp. Rook could argue with most things, not with where the man had aimed. The entry authenticated against his commission. The record had the names now. The paper was his. Dawes had the cards out in the mess the next night. His own game, the rules amended without notice and never in anyone's favor but the deck's. Wells played the arithmetic and folded early and often. Rook played the players, which with Dawes got a man precisely nowhere. Talk stayed small. The chandler's prices. The coffee, which Dawes ruled contraband in 3 systems. The gun tubs on the new ring. Plumbed and wired, Dawes said, sorting his hand. Tubs first, guns after. That's a yard order, not a rumor. On the third hand he dealt and spoke without any particular weight. High Reach Yard short-handed, the band says. Shipwrights Hall opened its books to Reach papers this year, first time ever. A man with good hands could walk off a ramp and into a berth. No questions, no politics. Rook looked at his cards. 2 of nothing and a picture he had no use for. I'm posted, he said. So you are. Dawes set the deck down. Ante. He bluffs on 2s, Wells told Dawes, sliding her stake in. Make it expensive. The mouth had grown a queue as long as the interchanges. They were holding for a corridor slot, 4 hours out from it, when the recall came through on the Corridor Authority's priority relay under a Survey Directorate header. Rook had the traffic watch. It reached his board first. NV Dawnward, Open Reach Survey. Expedition Survey Line terminated effective receipt. Proceed High Reach Direct. Priority Corridor Slot confirmed. No intermediate calls. DefenseNet Escort joins at the Seoul anchorage. All expedition personnel to remain available to the Standards and Provenance Board. Expedition records to the accession seal on arrival. Berth assignment, Directorate Ring, closed dock. Rook read it twice and piped it to the captain's board, and Locke came forward and read it standing at the plot, all of it, once. Send it to all stations as it stands, Locke said. No covering note. Rook sent it. Dawes read it off the helm repeater on his way through and gave it the laugh he kept for weather. No intermediate calls, he said. They think we'll stop for souvenirs. He dropped into the helm couch and started his checks. Slots in 4 hours. I'll take her in myself. Locke stayed at the plot a moment, the order still up on the board. Acknowledge receipt, Officer Rook, he said, and went aft. Rook entered the acknowledgement against his own name and watch. The queue advanced, and advanced again, and at 2300, the Dawnward took her slot between two bulk carriers and went into the corridor with the freight. The transit form asked hull, license, souls aboard, and, in its last field, purpose of transit. Rook filled the columns and looked at the last field a while, and entered, recalled. Chapter 26. Everybody Looks. The approach queue was 40 minutes deep above the freight ring, and the Dawnward took her place in it behind a grain carrier and a string of yard tugs, one more hull coming home on a busy road. Vale spent the wait at the little port in the survey bay, counting traffic. When the Dawnward had first crossed it, the corridor had been a thread on a plate and a question at a licensing board. Now it kept a queue at mid-shift, and the wait was longer than any approach she could remember. Traffic control passed them down to a working berth on the freight side, 2 rings from the cradle where the protocol office had once rigged a dais. Line handlers met the lines. A cargo master came up the gantry with a slate and asked, of the whole returning expedition, only whether the forward racks were coming off tonight. The Chancery had sent 2 escorts and a docket. The docket was read aloud at the foot of the ramp, because dockets of its class were read aloud. Dr. Nora Vale. Seals suspended pending the board's determination. Hearings to convene at 9 tomorrow. Quarters assigned on the Chancery ring. Shipboard berth withdrawn. The escort doing the reading was young and got the pauses right, and kept her eyes on the page the whole time. Vale had the carrier off her wrist before the reading was done. She set it in the offered tray, instrument side up, and the young escort looked down at it and lost her place on the page. The ship's company was at the ramp head on invented errands. Wells stood at the top with a coil of antenna line acquired for the occasion. Rook was at the manifest station, in survey gray cut to his own shoulders, running a check the doc had already run twice. "Thank you," Rook said as Vale passed, quickly, like a man paying a toll in a currency he seldom carried, and went back to the board. Further down, somebody in an engineer's coverall lifted 2 fingers off the rail, the workshop's old half-salute, and Vale returned it, awkward as a first attempt, and went down the ramp before anyone could enlarge on the moment. Locke came down with her. He informed the escorts that he would be accompanying Dr. Vale to the Chancery ring. Masters accompanied their officers to summonses. There was a regulation, he would find the number of it if they liked. The escorts had raised no objection. He gave them most of the regulation anyway, the whole lift down, and Vale stood beside him and let it run, the way engine noise is steadying. Mid-shift filled the concourse with the usual crowd: freight crews, chancery clerks, cadets in a ragged line, commuters off the ringboats with their collars up. The difference arrived through her ears first. At the first rail, 2 dock chiefs and a roundhouse man were going at one another over a plate, loudly, in front of strangers. "It's panic arithmetic," the roundhouse man said. "You put a number like that under seal, and do you know what happens to the carrier schedule this quarter? Do you?" "It's public arithmetic," the older chief said, and jabbed the plate with 2 fingers. "Read the entry. Costs you nothing. Only thing on this station that does." Somebody on the upper rail recognized her then and said so. A woman called down that she was a liar. A man 2 steps from the woman told the woman she was a fool, with feeling, and the 2 of them went at it as though Vale had already left the ring. The escorts moved her along. Every hand lens on the concourse found her between the lift and the far stair, and Vale crossed its survey pace and let them all take their frames. The wall carried the network the same as ever, gold by the 1,000, the sable weave still filling at its edge. Her entry was in there too, one record among thousands, provenance attached, open to anyone who cared to touch it. And there were blanks in the weave now that had been gold when the Dawnward first crossed. Vale read the plate from the stair rail at working pace, route by route, junction by junction, and was up the chancery stair before her reading reached the middle of the weave. The hearing room was 3 doors up the chancery ring, and the size of the Dawnward's mess. No map wall, 1 working plate, a table of 5. An assessor from the chancery had the chair, the survey's counsel on one side, a woman from the science directorate on the other, a recorder at the end, and 1 seat off the aisle, present in an advisory capacity, noted each morning for the record, Director Renwick. Twice on the first day he began an answer on the survey's behalf, and twice the assessor thanked him, and the question went to counsel instead. The questions came in the order Vale had predicted on the ramp. Did she hold authority to author an entry of record on the 99th day? No. Did the sanctioned methodology permit the comparison she published? No. Had she understood, at the time, the standing of her seal and the terms attached to it? Yes. The assessor looked up at that and waited, and Vale folded her hands on the table and offered nothing to fill the pause with, and after a moment the assessor went back down the docket. The directorate woman asked the only questions worth the room: error bars on the deep history baseline, the survival of the control regions, whether the collapse regime generalized beyond the corridor. Vale answered at working pace, completely, in the same voice for friendly and hostile alike, and once, over the corridor load residuals, the 2 of them ran an exchange nobody else at the table could follow, at the end of which the directorate woman sat back and wrote for a long time. On the 3rd day, the old receiver mast's record went into the minutes, 4 years of it, entire, at speed. Nobody asked for it slower. Outside it stayed loud. The escorts walked her the length of the concourse twice a day, and twice a day the concourse was arguing, at the rails, at the plates, at the stall counters, in the queue for the ringboats. A feeds panel by the south stair ran 4 channels at once, and no 2 of them agreed about her. On the 4th evening, a man stepped out of the queue at the noodle stall to shout something about the carrier licenses, and the cook came around the counter with the ladle still in his hand, at the man, not at Vale, and the escorts moved everybody along. Nobody out there had been persuaded. Everybody out there was arguing, at volume, on every deck of the station, and Vale, walking through the middle of it under escort, revised her definition of victory down to exactly that. Locke attended every session the public list allowed, and some it didn't. He sat behind her rail with his cap on his knee. When the assessor's tone sharpened, he leaned forward, and once he came halfway to his feet before the recess did. The determination was read at 9 on the 6th day. The entry of the 99th day had been authored outside sanctioned authority. The seal of Dr. Nora Vale was docked indefinitely, review at the board's discretion. Her employment with the Open Reach Survey concluded with the session. As to the entry itself, the board had taken advice, and counsel read the advice into the record in one sentence drafted with visible care. The open ledger held no instrument of withdrawal. The entry was of record, and would remain of record. The determination touched the author, and could not touch the record. Asked whether she wished to respond, Vale corrected the determination summary on one point. The summary described the Ostry collapse as unprecedented. "There is a precedent," she said. "It is in the entry, medium pause, section 4 with coordinates. I'd ask the record to say rare." The assessor glanced at counsel, and the record was amended to say rare, and Vale thanked the table for its time. Locke was on his feet in the anteroom before the doors had finished opening. "There's a descent," he said. "The ship's company can enter one. There's a form for it. Wells found a form. It goes into the record over my seal, and what it will say, what I want it to say." He stopped and started again, slower. "It'll say we'd all have signed it." "Then it'll say something true," Vale said. Locke put his cap on. "6 tomorrow?" "6," Vale said. Renwick asked for 10 minutes and got them in a borrowed office 2 doors from his own. His own, he said, holding the door for her, was full of the review, 4 desks of it now, and a ministry timetable on the wall that he was consulted about less than he was measured against. It was the nearest thing to a complaint she had ever heard from him, and he made it sound like weather. "The review will need a witness," he said when they were sitting. "Its terms are being drawn on Earth by people who did not draft the last ones. A docked seal can't author. It can answer, and there is nobody alive better placed to answer. You would be sitting outside your own finding, Nora. I know what I'm asking." "I'll read the terms of reference," Vale said. Renwick smiled at that, properly, an old man's smile with real pleasure in it. "Yes," he said, "I imagine you will." He turned a stylus over once and set it down. "I would have brought it home whole. 2 years, perhaps 3. Reviewed to a standard no board on Earth could argue down, with the survey standing and the instrument trusted at the end of it. That was the plan entire. You may believe that or not." "I believe it," Vale said. "My flag went to oversight on day 25. The last keel lifted off Ostry on day 90. 65 days, Director. Your plan wouldn't have fit." The stylus stayed where he had put it. "No," Renwick said, "it wouldn't." An aide put her head around the door. The ministry had moved the morning session forward, and the director was wanted for the pre-brief. Renwick rose and walked Vale to the lift himself, past his own office and its 4 desks, and shook her hand at the doors. "Thank you for the correction today," he said. "Rare was right. I'd have asked for it myself once." The first boat went down at 6. Vale came onto the concourse at 22, with everything she owned on one shoulder. The kit was mostly instruments. The clothes had fit in the side pocket. Her escort had ended with her employment. The Chancery's interest in a private citizen ran to a lift pass and a nod, and she crossed the ring on her own for the first time in a week. Wells was at the boat gate and had not bothered to invent an errand. "You're on the 6, Wells said. "It's the boat that goes down." "I meant to say careful things. Everybody's been saying careful things at me all week, in the mess, on the dock. Careful, careful." Wells pushed her hands into her pockets. I keep being glad. That's the true one. I'm glad you did it, and I'd help you do it again. Your phase passes are load-bearing in that entry, Vale said. Wells's color came up like the cadet she'd stopped being, and then she stepped in and hugged Vale hard before any assessment could be made, and after a moment, Vale's free arm came up and held on. "Where do you land?" Wells said, into her shoulder. "Wherever the mast is," Vale said. "Somebody qualified should be in the room when they play it slow." The gate was 2 minutes from the lift. Vale took the long way, down the concourse, under the wall. The noodle stall had its shutter up for the early trade, and the early trade was not eating. The cook stood out at the counter's end with the ladle hooked over the rail beside him, face up. The queue stood with him, turned from the counter, bowls going cold where they sat. Commuters off the first ring boat came up the stair and slowed. A chancery clerk stopped with her badge sleeve half fastened. At the near rail, a father had a child up on his arm, and the child was pointing into the weave and asking something, and the father was taking his time over the answer. Nobody's lens found Vale at all. She stopped at the far rail with the kit on her shoulder and read the sable weave the whole way through, root by root, junction by junction, and this time she read the blank at the middle of it too. Ostry, dark in the gold, one junction off the corridor, every mark of its history holding true. Vale read it at working pace, to the end. She had seen this concourse cheer the wall. She had seen it argue at the wall and walk past the wall with dinner in mind. At 6 minutes to the hour, the night's crossings began to resolve. Gold came up out of the dark quarters of the plate, mark after mark, the corridor's early traffic arriving home, and the wall filled with it, blooming by the 10 and by the 100, thousands of marks, every proven road anyone had ever made, lit from sole to the last edge of the weave. And down the length of the concourse, under the roots the corridor fed, and the blanks beside them, singly and in pairs and in small crowds, people stood still and looked. And there it is, the end of the widened road. Thank you for listening, truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it. So jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The fracture cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe, and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website, fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.